right. Hello, hello, hello once more, and Merry Christmas to all. It is December 23rd. So we're almost there, but, not quite. But yes, hello, and welcome back to the Sharkstream. If you are joining us after our Merry Unchristmas, there you go. If you are joining us after our previous stream from today where we played through some more of Separate Ways, welcome back. Oh god, excuse me. If you are just joining us for the first time today, hello, and welcome to a very special Sharkstream Christmas stream. I'm using a playlist of music from Christmas nights, and these tracks end very abruptly. Are you gonna get copyright struck? I used one of these tracks earlier this week for the Final Fantasy XIV stream, so probably not. I'm probably gonna be fine. I think most classic Christmas music is probably... Are those like licensed? Anyway, whatever. It's video game music, who cares? Before we get started, I'm eating my dinner at the moment. It's a grilled cheese sandwich. But look, I'm not like a professional chef. I don't, generally speaking, know a whole lot about food prep. But being married to a chef and learning things I have over time, I thankfully have a few little bits and bobs floating around in my brain, bouncing around in the old nog. Not eggnog, but like my noggin. That, I don't think most people who would otherwise not have anything to do with, like, food would normally have. I went downstairs to prepare a sandwich. If you have bobs floating in your eggnog, please see a doctor. I went downstairs to prepare a sandwich, and I had a very clear idea of what I wanted. I knew we had roast beef, and I knew we had cheddar cheese, and I thought, okay, I'll take that rosemary golden grain bread that I got at the grocery store the other day. That shocked me a little bit. I wasn't scared, but that caught me off guard. That fucking screech in my ear. But I'm gonna take that rosemary golden grain bread that I got at the supermarket the other day. I'm gonna put the roast beef on there. I'm gonna put the cheddar cheese on there. I'm gonna slap it in the panini press. I'm gonna make me a good ass fucking sandwich. So I go to open the roast beef, and I'm looking at it. I'm just like, that roast beef has what I would almost describe as a pearlescent sheen to it. And something deep within the recesses of my mind said to me, that's bad. That's a bad thing. That's bad that it looks like that. So I'm just like, thank you, self-preservation organ. And I look at the sell-by date on the roast beef package, and it says, Best by December 15th, 2023. I'm just like, it's aged. Yeah, aged past being good. So I threw it out. And thankfully, I had enough sharp cheddar on hand to just, like, make a grilled cheese sandwich using the panini press. I'm out here eating a panini press grilled cheese sandwich. It's pretty good. Gulp. So, today, on this most holy of seasons, specifically because my birthday is earlier in the month, we are going to be taking a look back at something that was formative for me growing up as a wee shark pup in the rolling hills of New England. Fresh from the no. Generally only smaller varieties of shark lay egg sacs. Usually larger species of sharks are born live. Well, it's more they hatch from the egg within the womb of the mother, and then they chill there for a little bit, and then they pop out sometime later. That's not what we're here to talk about. But as a wee shark pup, living in central New England, in the state of Massachusetts, every Christmas, I would end up seeing one or more of these Christmas specials each year. They generally tended to play a fair number of them. They're usually pretty short. Oh, this one has words. Let's, I didn't realize this one had words. Give me a second. I need to turn that down more so I don't get distracted by it. Not that low. Not that low. I need it to, like, function as background music. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so they were generally pretty short, usually around like 20 to 50 minutes. So you could lock in a solid like half hour to an hour of airtime with one of these specials. And these were all specials from like the 60s, the 70s, going all the way up until the 80s. And even further, but we'll get into that in a little bit. And they tended to be from a studio called Rankin Bass. Now, Rankin Bass, as we know it, shut down in like 2001, 2002. If you go to the Wikipedia page for Rankin Bass, this period of time is listed as their demise, which seems a little dramatic, but you know, whatever. Still, because these specials tended to feature a lot of, you know, the classic Christmas characters that we know and love, they tended to they stuck around for quite a bit, you know? And Rankin Bass, in their time, they made a lot of specials and a lot of like animated movies and stuff like that. But they definitely kind of pigeonholed themselves as the Christmas special people. Like, they kind of broke out of that. They tried to break out of that, like, a little bit. Like, they have an animated Christmas special and Hobbit. Yeah, they've got The Hobbit, they've got The Return of the King, they've got Last Unicorn, there's one called Flight of Dragons or something, and then they've got an animated The King and I movie from, like, 1999. I haven't actually seen Flight of Dragons, but nobody remembers Flight of Dragons. It ruled anyways. But if you look at their library of work, a majority of it is Christmas stuff. And this was to the point that Christmas tended to bleed into other stuff that they did. They would actually, like, they would have movies for other holidays that somehow Christmas would get worked into. Or if they wanted to make, like, another Christmas movie, they had to, like, work another holiday into it. And we're going to go ahead and get into the details of that. But the reason that I bring this up is because I ended up having to figure out kind of a very strict qualification for whether or not something counted as a Christmas special. And let me know if the music in the background is too quiet, by the way, because I'm trying to, like, keep it at, like, a reasonable level where it doesn't sound too quiet, so that, like, it doesn't sound weird with, like, me speaking against, like, nothing. But the qualification that I used for whether or not something counted as a Christmas special was, if I go to the Wikipedia page for the special, and it says it has any sort of qualification on it that says that it is a Christmas special in any way, it counts. Now, for most of these, this was pretty easy to do. Most of them have Wikipedia pages, and they said this movie was a blah 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 special by Rankin Bass. And, like, sometimes it would be, like, combined with you know, other holidays. Like, this is a combination Christmas and Independence Day special, a Christmas and New Year's special, a Groundhog Day Christmas and Winter special. Those are all real. We'll get into it. But then, of course, there's a handful where even though Christmas plays any sort of part in it, they weren't listed as Christmas specials. And these were specifically the Easter specials. Stuff like Here Comes Peter Cottontail, the story of the first Easter Bunny, the Easter Bunny's coming to town. In each of these, make sure you stand for the flag, Rudolph. Oh, we'll get into that. Trust me. In each of those, even though, like, you know, you'll go through the story synopsis and it'll say, oh, Santa shows up, or this part of this takes place on Christmas. They're still specified as Easter specials, so they don't count for the list. Now, some of these were kind of difficult to track down. Generally speaking, it's really only, like, the big ones that people tend to, like, remember or enjoy that ended up getting, like, later video releases. A couple of these, there were two specials on this list that don't have Wikipedia pages, and it's The Leprechaun's Christmas Gold and Santa Baby. But Leprechaun's Christmas Gold is based on a Christmas song, and Santa Baby, like, come on. Obvi. And some of these, what I ended up being able to find is versions that were, like, recorded, like, there was more than once that I was watching a version that was recorded from, like, ABC Family, and it had the little chyron at the bottom saying just, like, you're watching the 25 Days of Christmas. Whose chimney is Rankin Bass Santa coming down tonight? Oh, is that a Santa Baby joke? Because it's all about a lady wanting to fuck Santa. I maintain that Santa Baby canonically describes events that take place before the song I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus. And no one can convince me otherwise. Now, I got this idea to do this, like, maybe a couple of weeks ago. And at that point, like, I was also kind of, like, working my way through, no, you know what it was? Is that I had been watching Lord of the Rings movies, and I had started with the animated ones and then moved into the live-action ones. So I had watched through Rankin Bass's The Hobbit and Rankin Bass's The Return of the King, with the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings in the middle. I think in the process of that, I decided, hey, wouldn't it be fun I'm they, them, white Christmas. I'm they, them, snow. Da-da-da-da. That's pretty good. Hello, friend of the stream and housemate Opal. Monkey's Paw Curl. Santa Baby is the predecessor to another Christmas classic. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. What? Anyway. So. I just thought of my pronouns are Rankin Bass. Oh no. Please. I'm trying to tell my story. So I got this idea where it's just like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if, for a Christmas stream, I did a tier list of all the Rankin Bass specials. And I've never been one to back down from a bad idea. So I decided, oh god, I would need to watch all the Rankin Bass Christmas specials. And then I did that over the course of like 3 or 4 days. I'm sorry, I was so excited on the ride home. Well, you're here just in time. And let me tell you, that's way more Rankin Bass Christmas specials than anyone should watch in like a short amount of time. For some of them, I was just like, some of them I ended up kind of like barely paying attention. Others, like, I found myself pleasantly surprised and enjoying myself. But like, for the most part, it was just kind of like comfortably nostalgic, honestly. Like, there were a fair number of these where I just kind of enjoyed myself. Because, like, again, this is all stuff that I watched as a kid. But there were definitely ones I liked more than others. So, on this most holy of nights, December 23rd, of course, we're going to go ahead and do a tier list. Is that Christmas nights? Yes. Yes, it is. Now, give me, like, 2 seconds to go ahead. Now, I should note that if you're looking at this list of movies, you may notice some oddities here and there. There were a handful of films that were based on the Rankin Bass versions of Christmas characters, but were not made by Rankin Bass, and are effectively sequels to the movies and specials they made. I have included those because, yeah, close enough, you know? You may see a few here that you may not recognize. Some of these are kind of obscure. Again, I had to, like, go looking for some of this shit. Thank God Dailymotion is still up. I'll tell you that much for free. Now I'm going to go ahead and pull my stream up on my phone to just make sure that, like, the feed is still good. But you guys let me know if there's any sorts of issues here. Because I'm going to need to switch to this. And also... Actually, hold on. I gotta get the list up. I have a list, you see. And I have to do this in order. Because I figured out the release order and everything for these movies so that I could watch them properly. Alright, so... So this list had what was unfortunately kind of a high entrance fee for me. Like, for me specifically. Because here's the thing. The Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Christmas special scared the shit out of me as a kid. I didn't organize this. I should probably organize this, like, right now, actually. Hold on. The Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Christmas special scared the shit out of me as a kid. And I'll tell you why in a moment once I get this organized here. I probably should have... I didn't realize I could do this ahead of time. Goldie just called you a pussy from an... Listen, I'm not going to dispute any accusations here. But I do hope that you will listen to my tale of woe. Where the hell is 'Twas the Night Before Christmas? Here we go. Wait, was that before or after Little Drummer Boy Book 2? That was... Okay, it's right here. Year Without a Santa Claus. Year Without a Santa Claus. Year Without a Santa Claus. Here we go. First Christmas, Story of the First Christmas Snow. Frosty's Winter Wonderland. Rudolph's Shiny New Year. Where the fuck is Rudolph's Shiny New Year? Here it is. Rudolph's Shiny New Year. Little Drummer Boy Book 2. Okay. Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey. Stingiest Man in Town. Stingiest Man in Town. Here we go. If you hear any of these and you think to yourself, what the fuck, I want you to know I have the same reaction in most cases. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. Jack Frost. Where's Pinocchio? Pinocchio's Christmas. Pinocchio's Christmas. Leprechaun's Christmas Gold. Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. Frosty Returns. Santa Baby. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Island of Misfit Toys. Okay, there we go. I can remember being scared too, but I think it was with stop motion style and expressions. Do we take shot every reuse but redress stop motion puppet? There's a few of those that I have seen. I don't know what all of them are, but I definitely remember that I think there's some reused stuff from Jack Frost and the Life and Adventure of Santa Claus. But we got to get started here with the actual tier listing. So, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer scared the shit out of me as a kid. I was 5 years old, and the Abominable Snow Monster, terrifying to 5-year-old Shark Pup Gage. Absolutely just the worst. Hated that fucking thing. It was to the point where I have, until now, completely avoided watching that movie for years. And I thought to myself, okay, this is my barrier of entry. 5-year-old me wasn't scared of it. I thought sharks were supposed to have thicker skin, SMH. Listen. Because I need you to understand how real I'm being about this, okay? I knew that this was going to be my barrier of entry for this stream idea. And I thought to myself, it's been 30 years. It has been decades. I'll probably be fine. I had to pause more than once to take deep breaths because my pulse was quickening and I could feel it. I got through it, which I'm very proud of myself, but I want you to understand that, I'm not fucking kidding about this. On some primal level, that thing still scares the shit out of me. I don't give a fuck how much bubbles bounce you throw at me. It doesn't fucking matter. That thing is fucking terrifying. Now, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, of course, to just kind of recap the story, is about the titular character based on the song, about how everybody made fun of him for having a shiny nose, up until the point where it's just suddenly he's actually super useful because he can guide Santa's sleigh through the fog. And then everyone hailed him as a hero. Take of that what you will, but the special decides to expand on this because the original story was a children's book, and the song was created to advertise the children's book for a department store. In this expanded version of the story, we have a few additional characters. We've got Hermie the elf, who doesn't want to make toys. He wants to be a dentist. We've got Yukon Cornelius, a prospector who is exploring the North Pole in search of silver and gold. You've got your Santa, you've got your Mrs. Claus, you've got a number of other minor elves, with of course the head elf with the whole "why weren't you at elf practice" bit. And then, of course, you've got the Island of Misfit Toys, which is all a bunch of toys that, like, are strange or different in some way, in such a way that, like, they don't feel like they would make good presents for children. Like a Jack-in-the-Box named Charlie, or a polka-dotted elephant, things like that. Aside from, like, the namesake song for this, probably the most notable track is going to be, like, we're a couple of misfits, we're a couple of misfits, what's the matter with misfits, that's where we fit in. Which I didn't really have a lot of affinity for, personally. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Across the vast swath of Rankin Bass films, there are some absolute fucking bangers that we're 100% going to be getting into. The Misfits song isn't bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty catchy. But I will say it gets a reprise in a later film that, like, just kind of honestly tugs at my heartstrings just a little bit. Additionally, this movie also establishes that Rudolph is the son of Donner and Mrs. Donner, and made friends with a young doe named Clarice. Clarice doesn't get a whole lot of play, but she does continue to be a character kind of in the background. We'll get around to Clarice in a bigger capacity once we get further into the series. But basically, they all go to the Island of Christmas, or the Island of Misfit Toys, while escaping from the abominable snow monster, because Rudolph and Hermie have decided to exile themselves from Christmas Town, because they're weird, and people don't like that they're weird. And eventually, like, Rudolph decides to split off from the rest of them and just kind of, like, live out his days in solitude. But eventually, Clarice does go searching for him. Who would win, me at 5 years old or fully grown adult Sharkstreamer? I mean, probably me, realistically speaking. Like, answer, whoever isn't afraid of the clay yeti. It was a stop-motion puppet. It wasn't clay. And it was scary. Leave me alone. There's some conflict with them needing to get past the abominable snow monster in order to get back to Christmas Town so they can save Christmas. They do that, and Christmas is saved. Rudolph leads the sleigh, and everybody loves him now. And the Bumble's teeth are all removed, and Bumble's bounce, and he's been made Yukon Cornelius's manservant, or whatever. He tamed the abominable snow monster. Don't think about the implications of that. It's a little weird. Now, elements of this movie are going... This was the first step in the greater Rankin Bass Christmas movie cinematic universe. So there's elements of this movie that are going to come into play later, and there's going to be some backfilling with regards to lore and other elements, especially once we get into Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July further down the line. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, like I said, the Misfits song is catchy. I wouldn't call it a banger. And that Yeti fucking terrifies me. But it did set the stage for the rest of these movies to come out. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put it on C tier. This is where this one's gonna live. C tier. Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying is that I think there are movies on this list that are better. Personally, that was formative to me, you damnable fucking fish. And there's movies on this list that were formative to me, okay? This is my tier list. It's all my opinions. But they're also all correct opinions because all of my opinions are objectively true. Anyway, Cricket on the Hearth. Cricket on the Hearth is the first of our 2D animated Rankin Bass specials. There's a number of them on this list. This one's from like the 60s. I think this one was 60s. So we don't get like the animation is kind of stiff. Cricket on the Hearth is based on a Dickens? Was it a Dickens Christmas story, I think? I'm going to dump plastic in the ocean. I'm filling the ocean with novelty replicas of the fucking Yeti pre-teeth removal. I want you to know, Goldie, and I feel like you'll appreciate this. My mother knows how terrified I am of the abominable snow monster from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and does poke fun of me for it. She got me a pair of pajama pants for Christmas one year that's just the abominable snow monster's, like, face as the pattern. They're very comfortable pajama pants. It's so fucking mean. It's good-natured. My mom also knows that I really like sharks, so, like, I can appreciate a little poking fun. Okay, gotta eat, but you listen here. Alright, I'm listening. You better rate Frosty the Snowman. Oh, don't worry about Frosty the Snowman. Do not even worry about Frosty the Snowman. Did your mom give you a blah hutch? She has not given me a blah hutch. I might rate Winter Wonderland slightly higher than Frosty, but we'll get to Frosty the Snowman. That's only a few movies from here. I like Winter Wonderland a little bit more. But first we gotta get through Cricket on the Hearth and Little Drummer Boy, at least. Okay, so Cricket on the Hearth. Again, animation's really stiff. I'm not a huge fan of the story of this one. But I will say, Cricket on the Hearth features a scene. So, okay. The story of Cricket on the Hearth is that it's told from the perspective of a lucky cricket who moves in with this toy maker, whose daughter is engaged to a Navy man. And he ships out to do naval activities. And sometime later, they get a message from the man with just the most disgusting vibes ever. Hey, hun. Oh, you heading out? I rated Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer C tier.
That makes sense.
Yeah, see, Natalie agrees with me. And that's all I need for what's the word I'm looking for? Validation.
Care about or not?
That's true. Love you. So he goes off to do naval activities. And a guy with just the most disgusting vibes ever shows up one day and tells him, yo, your dude was killed in action. Sorry. Bye. And this man's daughter becomes so distraught that she goes blind, which I don't think that's how that works, but I don't know enough about despair-induced blindness to refute it. So, they lose the house. He finds himself unable to work. They lose the house. He ends up getting a job with an exploitative toy maker, who's just like, yo, don't paint smiles on the dolls. Who cares if the dolls have smiles on them? The fucking idiot. Who eventually convinces the guy to let him marry his daughter. And like the guy, the exploitative like boss here is a slimy motherfucker, and he has a pet crow who is menacing our cricket narrator the entire movie. So the cricket is doing everything he can to stop this man from proposing to or marrying this guy's daughter. Additionally, but then, a beggar shows up at their door, and it is revealed to the cricket that this beggar is this girl's fiance from earlier in the movie, who survived his ordeal and made his way back to the mainland. I lost my train of thought in the middle of my sentence there. I remember now. So he is doing everything he can to restore their engagement and put a stop to this slimy businessman for trying to take advantage of these folks. The crow, whose name I forget, takes it upon himself to hatch a plan to kidnap the cricket and ship him off to China so that he can't get in the way of this proposal and this wedding. So he goes to a bar where there's a bunch of like anthropomorphic animal crime boys. And he's just like,
we gotta kidnap a cricket and ship him off to China so my master can marry this woman who he would otherwise not have a chance with and manipulate her father into working for free. And he managed to get a couple bumbling henchmen to help him out. They managed to capture the cricket, and they bring the cricket to a skeevy ship captain who they have contracted to ship the cricket out. And they're just like, here's the cricket. Now where's our pay?
And the ship captain's just like, I got your pay right here. And he pulls out a revolver and shoots all three of them dead. They do not show up in the movie for the rest of the runtime. And I gotta fucking tell you, I lost my goddamn mind. Like, just, there's stone cold murder in this Christmas special. Won't be the first time, or won't be the last time, but like, it's still, what the hell? Hold on, what did I spill on myself? That might be ketchup. I had a pretzel baconator earlier. It seems like I may have gotten ketchup on myself and just noticed. Whoops. The cricket manages to escape, gets back to the mainland, convinces the fiancé to reveal himself to the man's daughter. He does. She's overjoyed. The wedding's called off with the sleazy boss, but he still kind of gets a happy ending because she's very grateful for all that he's done for them, despite the fact that he has exploited them at every turn. But her gratitude seems to change something in him, and he's going to be a good guy now, I guess. And then it ends. This one was really boring, and I didn't like it. Now, I wouldn't put it as F tier, because quite frankly, there's going to be worse things on this list. But Cricket on the Hearth is definitely a D tier Christmas special from Rankin Bass, in my humble onion. Again, the story is kind of boring. It's not the most interesting Dickens Christmas story in the world. The animation's that's really stiff because this is early. Like, this is pre-Hobbit Rankin Bass. I want to just put that out there. Pre-Hobbit. It doesn't look all that great at the first glance, but I remember you were screaming about that one scene very loudly. That fucking scene, like, that's the one thing that I will give this movie. It's one, like, memorable moment is that fucking scene. The only reason that I remember anything else that happened in, like, that movie or any of the other ones that are just garbo is because I recently watched them. So, D tier, Cricket on the Hearth. Okay. Next up, Little Drummer Boy. So Little Drummer Boy is the first of the, like, biblically focused Rankin Bass Christmas specials. Ones that are, like, specifically about, like go really hard on, like, the religious stuff. Little Drummer Boy, if you've heard the song, you know, yeah, I have a gift for you, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. It's not my favorite Christmas song. I think it's kind of dull. And the movie is also kind of dull. The Bible stuff from Rankin Bass tend to be a lot of the more kind of, like, serious movies. Like, there's not a whole lot of, like, whimsy in these ones. Why Don't the Animals Smile is kind of a banger. Like, that is the one thing that I will give Little Drummer Boy. That one, I would say that is, like, We're a Couple of Misfits is catchy, but like I said, I do kind of think that its reprise later in this series is a bit more fun for reasons I'll explain. I'm staring at Nestor with dread. But I would say Why Don't the Animals Smile is, like, the first certified Rankin Bass banger. 100%. Little Drummer Boy is about a boy named Aaron, who receives a gift of a small drum from his father, and then both of his parents are killed by bandits. He finds himself in the company of a lamb, a donkey, and a camel for his friends, and he hates all of humanity. He is press-ganged into a traveling circus that goes into the city, and he performs for everybody after he's painted up with, like, clown makeup to, like, force him to, like, look like he's smiling. And then he has an outburst at all the people around him. And the guy who runs the traveling show loses all his fucking money and is just like, well, I need to make up something. So he sells away the Little Drummer Boy's camel friend. Little Drummer Boy... Oh. Hold up. Music. Video paused. Continue watching. YouTube. Come on. Little Drummer Boy goes on a quest with his lamb and donkey friends to track down their camel friend. And wouldn't you know it... oh, I forgot. The people that his camel is sent to are the three wise men from the story of the birth of Jesus Christ. He tracks them down to Bethlehem. And in the process of running happily to his donkey friend, his lamb friend is hit by a cart driven by a Roman centurion. There's an important bit of world building where there's a time travel element here. Yeah, I don't know. I can't manage to hit every single detail with some of these. But, what was I fucking saying? Gage, quick question on Discord. Oh, okay. 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry that I interrupted my best friend, Baby Sheep, got run over by a Roman centurion on my way to the birth of Christ. So he picks up his lamb friend, and he thinks, oh, the three kings, they're wise, they'll know what to do, and he brings them to them, and he's just like, please, I need you to heal my friend, and they're just like, I'm sorry, we can't do anything, but you see that baby over there? Do you see the baby over there? That baby can totally help you out, man. That baby will hook you the fuck up. So he brings his sheep friend, his little lamb friend. Do you see that fucking baby? He brings his little lamb friend over to the newborn Jesus Christ. And is just like, please, I need you to heal my friend. I don't have anything to give you in return, but I can play a song for you on my drum. And so he parumpa-pum-pums his little heart out. And barely sentient baby Jesus Christ is so moved by this display that he heals this baby lamb with his godly powers. And that's the end of the story. Or it would be, until Little Drummer Boy Book 2, which we'll get to in a little bit. Again, the Bible stuff from Rankin Bass is probably some of my least favorites of the entire, like, pantheon here. Everyone remembers the second birth of Christ. Yeah, it's called Easter. But this isn't an Easter tier list. It's a Christmas tier list. Matthew and Luger in chronological order. Fuck, that was a funnier joke. The tones of the Bible stuff tend to be a lot more serious. They're, like I said, they're not full of quite as much whimsy. The colors tend to be a lot more muted because you don't have like the fun sort of like Christmas decorations and like the colorful costumes. And despite the fact that Why Don't the Animals Smile is a certified Rankin Bass banger, I don't think it's enough to really elevate this movie. So I would have to put Little Drummer Boy in D tier. Next up, Frosty the Snowman. This is our second 2D animated Rankin Bass special, and introduces what is probably, out of all of the like recurring characters in these movies, the most prolific. Because Frosty the fucking Snowman is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these goddamn movies that we're going to be looking at today. Frosty the Snowman is based, of course, on the song Frosty the Snowman. A lot of these tend to be based on songs, which you may have noticed. And this was something that Rankin Bass did a lot with their catalog of specials. Is just like, a lot of them are just like, hey, here's this popular Christmas song, let's make a movie based on that. And even some of like the odder ones are like, still technically based on Christmas songs, which we'll get to those in a little bit. I don't want to talk about that sort of thing until, at the very least, we get to Nestor. But, you know, the song Frosty the Snowman tells a very clear story from beginning to end, where it's just like, oh, some kids built a snowman, they found an old silk hat, an old silk top hat, they put it on top of him, and it brought him to life. He runs roughshod all over town, and then it's just like, yo, I can't stay, I gotta go. I'll see you guys again someday. The movie, the animated special Frosty the Snowman expands on it a little bit, much in the same way that the animated special for Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer did. We meet the characters. The primary character is a little girl named Karen. We meet the man who owned the old silk hat, whose name is Professor Hinkle, and he is the most garbage fucking magician I've ever seen in my life. He opens up his jacket, a bunch of shit falls out, and it's just random cartoon sound effects. I fucking love it. But he also has like a rabbit who I can't remember the name of. But this is the sassiest fucking rabbit you've ever seen. It's great. But it covers a lot of the same like beats as the song, where it's just like, you know, they go marching through town. There's a policeman who tells them to stop when they're crossing the road. He swallows his fucking whistle and he starts like whistling when he talks. It's hilarious. But in all of this, Professor Hinkle notices, oh, fuck, my magic hat brought that snowman to life, and I threw that shit out. It must have been actually magic. Establishing one of the most common fucking MacGuffins across these movies. Everybody wants to get their fucking hands on Frosty's hat. It's wild. So he's just like, I need to get my hat back. Keep my mouth shut because I didn't watch this one, so Goldie doesn't yell at me. Well, I'm a text-to-speech machine, as you know. So I'm outing you here on stream. Goldie, Cal hasn't seen Frosty the Snowman. Now, everybody's having a good time, and then Frosty's just like, oh, shit, the temperature's going up. I can't be here if the temperature's going up. That's okay, B didn't know what hippopotamus for Christmas. Hello, Audrey, welcome. Neither did Gage. Yeah, I've never heard that one. Never heard of that one. And so the kids get the great idea of oh, Frosty should go to the North Pole. It's winter all year round there. And I think probably my favorite scene in the film is when they go to buy him a train ticket to the North Pole. And the ticketer is like legitimately putting together a string of tickets to get them to the North Pole. And he's just like, yeah, it's gonna be like $3,000. And they're just like, oh, we don't got that. And he's just like, well, sucks to suck. And he slams the window in their face. So they decide, of course, to just hop on the fucking train in a refrigerator car. And at this point in the movie, it's pretty much just Frosty and Karen hanging out. But eventually they realize, oh, Karen's not really built for the cold. Tell me you've seen A Christmas Story. Also, Gage, tell me the same. I have seen A Christmas Story. It's been a while since I've seen it. It always bugged me that, like, there's, like, a 24-hour marathon. Like, I recently watched a podcast where they talked about, like, one of them talked about how they weren't a huge fan of Christmas Story just because of its oversaturation on Christmas. which, like, I can kind of understand. But I have seen it. What was I saying? So they hop on the refrigerator car. They find out, oh, Karen can't really stand this. So they're just like, okay, we need to hop off the train. We need to get Karen warmed up. So they build a fire for her. And Frosty has to stay far away from the fire. But then Professor Hinkle shows up. And because he's a fucking bitch, he puts the fire out. Professor Hinkle is trying to kill this child. So Frosty's just like, shit, we gotta find another option here. And they manage to track down a greenhouse in the middle of a blizzard where, what was it? It was used in order to grow Christmas perennials all year round, is what it was. What was his reason for putting it out again? He's trying to get his hat back. He's basically threatening her to give him back his hat, or else he'll let her die in the cold. Imagine being such a dogshit magician that you'd rather murder a small child. So Frosty brings Karen into this greenhouse, and before he can, like, drop her off and get the hell out so he doesn't melt, Professor Hinkle locks them in. But he doesn't count on his fucking sassy-ass rabbit managing to hang out outside the greenhouse. And the rabbit manages to track down, wouldn't you know it, the fucking Santa Claus. And he's just like, yo, Santa. He doesn't talk because he's a rabbit. And this isn't one of the ones where animals can talk. But he's just like, yo, Santa, you gotta help. So Santa follows this rabbit down to the greenhouse, and he sees Professor Hinkle. Is just like, yo, hey, man. He's just like, places his hand on Professor Hinkle's shoulder. He's just like, cut it out. And Professor Hinkle is, like, terrified in, like, a religious manner. Because, holy shit, it's fucking Santa Claus. He unlocks the door. The lore in this series is so fucking inconsistent. It is, but we'll get around to that. He unlocks the door, and they rush in, but it's too late. Frosty has melted, and Karen is sobbing at the side of his puddle. But then they're just like, yo, Christmas snow is magical, man. Here, Frosty's fine now. And Frosty is resurrected with a happy birthday! Which is my favorite recurring bit in any of these. I love Frosty saying happy birthday. I love Frosty's family saying happy birthday. It's so good. Frosty, just fucking stay outside the greenhouse while she's inside the greenhouse, you doll. No, he carried her in because she was, like, near death. He had a reason why he was in there. So Frosty is taken to the North Pole by Santa Claus. He was a hero. Frosty the Snowman was a fucking hero. Braver than any U.S. Marine. So Santa whisks Frosty back to the North Pole. Everybody gets back to town, and Frosty's just like, I'll be back next Christmas Day. And we all live happily ever after. The narrator for this one is weird. I don't know if I like the raspy voiced narrator for Frosty the Snowman. I think the narrators for later Frosty specials were way better, quite honestly, personally. But this one's solid. And like I said, this one is so, like, important to, like, the Christmas special canon that there are 5 movies that have Frosty the Snowman in them. Like I said, though, if that magician had killed that child, you just know that he better watch out, he better not cry, because when the parents caught him, he's sure gonna die. Now, here's the thing. I would put this higher on the list. But I do think... No, you know what? Here's the thing. There are movies... Bear with me. There are movies that I think are better than this. There are Frosty the Snowman specials that I think are better than this. But there are also specials that I think aren't as good as this, but that I like more than Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. She has a knife at her desk. Bear with you, kill it, unless it's J-Cat. So here's what I'm going to do. Frosty the Snowman is going to go in A tier. That's where Frosty the Snowman's going. Frosty the Snowman, A tier, Rankin Bass Christmas special. Okay, next up. Santa Claus is coming to town. So I mentioned earlier that Why Don't the Animals Smile is what I would argue the first certified Rankin Bass banger from Little Drummer Boy. Santa Claus is Coming to Town makes up like 90% of the Rankin Bass bangers. Most of them are from this movie. First toy maker to the king. No more toy makers to the king. One foot in front of the other. This movie has some fantastic fucking songs in it. This is also where we get the lore that we work with up through, at a minimum, Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. It tells the story of Santa Claus. It is Santa Claus' origin story, which means that it has to answer every single weird quirk Santa has in a runtime of about 50 minutes. The framing device is that there is a mailman. SD Kluger. Special Delivery Kluger. I think that's his name. Kluger? Yeah, he shows back up again in like the Easter Bunny is Coming to Town, but we didn't watch that one for this. And he has a bunch of letters from children all asking questions about, hey, Santa, why do you do some fucking weird shit? And he tells the story of Santa Claus. Just like, hey, why are you called Kris Kringle? Why do you only go out in the evening? Why do you use chimneys? Why do you put stuff in socks? Blah, 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 blah. Why do you have a beard? So on and so forth. So the story of Santa Claus is Coming to Town is that there is a baby left at the home of... oh god, what is the fucking town in this called? Sombertown. The leader of Sombertown, Burgermeister Meisterburger, which is the funniest fucking name I think you could give a character. I don't know if either of those is supposed to be a title or what, but Burgermeister Meisterburger is my boy, quite honestly. I fucking love that guy. His design is really fun. It's a fantastic puppet. But he's just like, man, fuck this baby. Take it to the orphanage. And Burgermeister Meisterburger's little lackey brings him out puts him on a sled and starts bringing him to the orphanage, but he's blown away in a winter storm whipped up by the Winter Warlock, who presides over the woods just outside Sombertown. The animals save him and bring him to the home of the Kringle, who are a family of toy-making elves. They are, in fact, the first toy makers to the king, as they will sing to you in song. And it's a fun little ditty. I love it. They take a look at this baby. It's a baby. And like they've all got fun little voices, and they take him to the like Mama Kringle, the like queen of elves or whatever. Who fucking cares? And she's just like, oh, what's this? His name is Claus. Well, that's dumb. Let's call him Kris Kringle. So they call him Kris Kringle. And they raise him as one of their own. It's important to note that this is the first, but not last time, that we have Mickey Rooney voicing Kris Kringle / Santa Claus. Mickey Rooney is an actor that I know specifically from the Animaniacs making fun of the fact that he's short. And that he's also Santa Claus. Those are the two things I know about him. He voiced Santa Claus, and he's a short guy. So between Claus being left with the Kringles and him growing up in the period of time during the time skip, during our anime style time skip, Burgermeister Meisterburger is Burgermeistering about the town, and he slips on a duck, a toy duck. And according to the doctor, his very scientific medical prognosis is that he's busted his funny bone. He has a cast on his leg. Your funny bone's in your arm, idiot. Anyway, fucking doctors. So the Burgermeister Meisterburger declares toys illegal in another fun little ditty that is a reprise of First Toy Makers to the King called No More Toy Makers to the King. And it's great. It's a fantastic villain song. I love it. Now, immediately after he proclaims, hey, toys are illegal now, of course Claus, who is now all grown up and calling himself Kris Kringle, is just like, I'm going to bring toys to the children of Sombertown. And he manages to evade the Winter Warlock in doing so, and gets on down to Samba Town, and starts handing out toys. And the children are all like, yo, whoa! They're all busy like washing their socks, and he's just like, hey, you want a fucking yo-yo, kid? And they're just like, yo! And then their hot teacher shows up. Her name is Miss Jessica. And Kris Kringle over here is just like, hey girl, how you doing? Here's a doll. And she's just like, sploosh. So then, of course, Burgermeister Meisterburger is out on the town. He's just like, ah, yes. The laughter of children all playing with their toys. Toys? And he flips his fucking lid. And then their hot teacher shows up. Gage, do you have something to say about the puppets? Listen, I asked myself the question, I wonder if there's anybody who is, who has a carnal interest in any of the characters from these movies. I didn't look into it myself. But even I have to admit, like, hear me out, okay? I'm following along with the Christmas Specials wiki. So Burgermeister Meisterburger flips his fucking lid. And he's just like, yo, who giving out all these toys? Bring him before me. And Claus is just like, hey man, here's a yo-yo. And Burgermeister Meisterburger's like, oh, a yo-yo. And his lackey has to be like, dude, you're breaking your own law. And Burgermeister's like, arrest him! Throw him in the dungeon! And then he just, like, exclaims in surprise as he's just, like, scurrying all over town like a fucking animal. And he manages to evade all his soldiers and whisks himself away back to the forest. On his way out, he gets caught by the Winter Warlock again. And what follows is probably my favorite song in this movie, which is One Foot in Front of the Other. You just put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking across the floor. I fucking love one foot in front of the other. It's so good. But Kris Kringle manages to warm the Winter Warlock's heart, essentially by offering to give him a gift. And the Winter Warlock's just like, no one's given me a gift before. And basically, Kringle just manages to like, hey man, you can learn to live in the world again. I see capitalistic bribery. It's a gift. It's a gift. He's just like, hey, you deserve this. And so the Winter Warlock... Okay, so from here we get a few sort of like we've already gotten like the origin of his elf workers, or the Kringles. We get the origin of him bringing toys, and once he meets the Winter Warlock, we basically get a rapid like, here's why Santa does this, 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 and this. The Winter Warlock provides his magic to Kris Kringle, Santa Claus, in the form of a magic crystal snowball, which allows him to monitor the children of Sombertown to see who's being nice and who's being naughty. Which it's a Christmas movie. Like, just it's weird. Don't worry about it. Let's just go right past it. Meister Burger starts saying that, like, oh, lock all the doors. So he starts going down chimneys. Inspect every house for toys first thing in the morning. So he starts hiding the toys in the stockings left to dry by the fire. He starts going out at night because it's dangerous to go during the day. And then eventually he is captured. And he's just like, oh, how are we going to get out of here? And the Winter Warlock's just like, I don't know what I can do to help him. And Miss Jessica's just like, you have to help him, because Miss Jessica's in love with him now. He's just like, all I have is this magic feed corn that makes reindeer fly, but that's useless. Just like, yeah, alright, so origin of flying reindeer. And then eventually what happens is he has like wanted posters put up all over the place with a sketch of his face, but like now he's grown a beard. So now he doesn't look like his wanted posters anymore. And they're just like, oh, you can't keep using your Kringle name. You're on the lam now. You're a wanted man. You gotta start calling yourself Claus. Hence Santa Claus. And then he decides, oh, this whole like bringing toys night after night after night, it's too much. We need to pick one night to do this. And then they pick the holiest night of the year, hence why he goes out on Christmas Eve. And then he marries Miss Jessica, and everybody lives happily ever after. And the Burgermeisters all die out. Fuck the Burgermeisters. Or the Meisterburgers? Which is the title? Which is the name? Is it the name? The Meisterburger? Okay, so I'm Claus now. What's a Santa? Because you have Spanish on your mother's side. Because he's a saint. So this one, like I said, absolute banger musical numbers in this one. It's a fun little origin story for Santa Claus. That is just like, hey, here is all of the absurd shit that had to happen for all of like Santa's like common quirks to become like regular parts of his lore. It's a fun one. It's a fun one. It's early puppets, not so early that we're like talking like Rudolph or Little Drummer Boy quality, but it's like the early puppets which look remarkably nice. There's going to be some of these later on where like the puppet work just keeps on improving. But like this one, like solid puppet work? Solid puppet work early on. Oh, so I should mention, now Rankin Bass, a lot of their work is done in collaboration with Japanese animation studios. Specifically, the animation studio that did a lot of the stop motion ones, the specific name for the animation style is animagic. And this is what would persist all the way up through The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, which I think was the last stop motion one. There are certain elements of animagic that are like sort of key stylistic choices, specifically with the way like mouths are animated, where it's just like usually there is like a static upper lip, and then like there are like mouth shapes like stuck on to like the head model. This is something that a lot of things that try to emulate the style of the stop motion Christmas specials from Rankin Bass don't get when they go in to like do that, including something that's going to be much further on our list, which we'll get to. There are a few exceptions, like a lot of there's a fair number of puppets in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, including Hermes specifically, where it's just like completely separate like mouthpieces for the animation. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. I would say I would put this one A tier. Honestly, it's one of the best ones. It's one of the most fun ones to watch. It's got some great music. It's kind of fun seeing like all of like the just like Burgermeister Meisterburger like introducing new laws to deter Santa from delivering toys. And then Santa being just like, fuck you, I'll do this another way. Also, there's a penguin in it who got lost on the way to the South Pole and ended up in the North Pole. And Santa's just like, you fucking idiot, you're my friend now. Let's go, kid. Also, him and Miss Jessica get married and she becomes Mrs. Claus. But yeah, that's Santa Claus is Coming to Town. That's Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Solid. Very, very good entry into the canon. Next up is 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. This one is strange. So, okay. So this was a 2D animated Christmas special. And it is based on the classic poem, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. What is that thumbnail? What is what thumbnail? The one for 'Twas the Night Before Christmas? Let me see if I can get a zoom in here. We got Santa Claus here in the front, and then we got a little mouse right here. The mouse is going to be important. We'll get to the mouse, don't worry. So, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas is about a town where everybody's getting super excited for Christmas. They're all really pumped. They've got all of their Christmas decorations up. They're really excited everyone's really excited to get presents for Santa Claus to come by and deliver and everything. And then they hear that Santa Claus isn't fucking coming to their town. And they're just like, why isn't Santa coming? Why is Santa not coming? The special is shown from the perspective of two families, a human family and a mouse family that lives in their house. These two families interact because the patriarch of the human family is a clockmaker, and the patriarch of the mouse family will sometimes help him make clocks. So they find out that somebody put a letter in the newspaper for their town that said, yo, Santa Claus is bullshit. He's not real. And we're sick and tired of this fucking fake ass shit. And everyone's just like, how could this have happened? And apparently, Santa was so pissed at this, he's just like, hey, fuck this town in particular, I'm not fucking going. And everyone's just like, how could this have happened? How What? How? What? Who could have done this? And the father mouse is just like, I know who did this. God damn it. So he goes to his young son, who is a smug scientific type who's just like, I don't believe a single thing that I can't prove scientifically. And the letter was signed from all of us. And he's just like, who wrote this letter with you? He's just like, me and my friends. And like, this kid has never shown any friends. So I have to assume he's lying here. And the father mouse is just like, you stupid idiot. And basically he takes his son on a shame tour. He's just like, let me show you all the Christmases that you've ruined with your opinions. He takes him to like a children's hospital where he's like, these kids were counting on presents from Santa and you ruined it. Me and my friends told Santa to leave, spoken in the same voice as the glasses kid from Polar Express. So, while he's taking his son on this shame tour, the patriarch of the human family decides, I'm going to build a special clock tower that at midnight on Christmas Eve is going to play a song to convince Santa to forgive us for the stupid kids' transgressions and bring us all gifts. So he builds the clock tower, and it's unveiled at this big ceremony, and they're just like, this is what it will be like on Christmas Eve, and they set up the clock tower to play the song, and the clock tower just fucking breaks down. And it turns out that the reason that it breaks down is because this kid, who is super interested in clocks, this kid fucking loves clocks. He was really interested in seeing how this thing worked. He went into this clock the night before, and in investigating how the clock worked, fucking broke something that caused the clock to break down and ruined Christmas all over again. Especially for this human family in particular, because now everybody is just like, we don't want your fucking clocks anymore. You ruined Christmas again. So, he's just like, I'm sorry, I just wanted to see how the clock worked. And his dad's just like, oh, God damn it. And then the kid just like, I know what I'll do. I'm going to save Christmas. And he runs up to the clock and he fixes it. But unfortunately, just after midnight on Christmas Eve. But the song still goes out. And Santa still hears it. And Santa is convinced, oh, yeah, okay, I guess I can give these people presents. Sure, why not? Which, it feels weird to consider Santa so fucking petty that a single letter in a local newspaper shit-talking him can make him write off an entire town. But this ends up... Oh, hold up. I gotta tell YouTube that I'm still here. Hold on. This ends up framing... So Santa's an allegory for Old Testament God in this one. Is what I'm hearing? Or a Greek deity? Maybe. So, what was I saying? This ends up framing the poem of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas as more of a cathartic thing, where rather than just being the story of a dad happening to wake up in the middle of the night and catch Santa Claus delivering presents, it's instead a story of how two fathers, one human, one mouse, racked with anxiety about whether or not Santa's actually going to be there, are absolutely just they're thrilled to find that their gambit has worked and Santa has arrived to deliver presents. So this one, it's a weird little movie. Stories about people not believing in Santa in a world where Santa clearly objectively exists is always super weird to me. You know? And we're going to get a little bit more of this in the next movie as well. But yeah, it's always weird where it's like in a world where Santa clearly objectively exists within the context of this mythos. It is weird to see people completely write him off as fake. That being said, I think the animation in this one is cute. I think the line about ruining Christmas with your opinions is fucking hilarious. The main mouse character, the child who's just like the smug jerk-ass that wrote the letter. Does the nerdy kid go make a fertility goddess in this one? No, that's a different one. We'll get to that one. Oh god, ruin Christmas with your opinions is pretty good. It's really good. I'm going to go ahead. This is going to be our first B-tier movie. The animation's cute. I do like the main character, Child Mouse, and just like his determination to right his wrongs in the end by fixing the clock tower. Is a really good turnaround from him being a smarmy jerk-ass earlier in the movie. And I want to make it clear, I do kind of like how much of a smarmy jerk-ass he is earlier in the movie. It's really funny, even if it is absurd to not believe in Santa in a world where Santa objectively exists. All right, next up, Year Without a Santa Claus. I'm going to give you a bit of a spoiler warning here. This one's S tier. I fucking love Year Without a Santa Claus. So, story of Year Without a Santa Claus. Let's run through this real quick. This one is based on a poem. This is all about how one year Santa gets a cold, which is kind of hilarious. And he's just like, oh, we're gonna need to cancel Christmas this year. I can't do the sleigh ride. And he's just like, yeah, you know, it's fine. I think people don't really care about Christmas that much anyways these days. So two of Santa's elves take it upon themselves to, along with Santa's reindeer Vixen. There was an Affleck commercial about that. Along with Santa's reindeer Vixen, they decide to fly on down to the world of man. Their names are Jingle and Jangle, by the way. Jingle and Jangle Kringle. They're established as Kringles in a later movie. You see them and they're established as Kringle elves. And what they end up, and they are just like, we need to convince people to tell Santa that they believe in him and that it's okay for him to take a year off. He needs that closure. So they end up in a city called Southtown, which is it's Southtown, USA. It doesn't snow there. It's always sunny. It's southern USA. You get it. And they're just like, we're here to... They're going all around just like, hey, do you believe in Santa Claus? And this kid, Ignatius, or Iggy, is just like, nah, man, that's kid stuff. By the way, your dog's getting impounded. They had decided to disguise Vixen as a dog. And they're just like, oh, shit! Because, she's getting picked up by the dog catcher. And they run off. And they're trying to. They go to the mayor to try and like convince him to tell the dog catcher to let Vixen out. It's just like, listen, she's not a dog, she's a reindeer. And we need you to let her out. Just like, yeah, okay, I'll let her out if you can whip up some of that Christmas magic to make it snow here in Southtown. And they're just like, yeah, sure. So they go back off to the North Pole. Meanwhile, Santa hears that they've gone down to Southtown. He's just like, oh, god damn it, okay. So he goes off to Southtown, following their tracks, and he meets up with Ignatius. And he's just like, hey, have you seen a pair of funny little fellows in like funny outfits? And he's just like, yeah, man. He has dinner with his family. He busts Vixen out of the joint in that he pays the dog catcher. And he's just like, yeah, she's a reindeer, by the way. And they were just like, wait, she's a reindeer? And then Iggy is just like, oh my god. He's actually Santa Claus. So, Jingle and Jangle meet up with Mrs. Claus, and they're just like, oh, we need to figure out a way to make it snow in Southtown. And she's like, okay, who do we talk to about that? And thus do we meet two of the greatest characters in Rankin Bass Christmas canon. First, we meet the man with dominion over all snow, Snow Miser, who they go to beseech him to make it snow for a single day in Southtown. They're from this one? Yeah, Snow Miser and Heat Miser are from Year Without a Santa Claus. And Snow Miser informs them, just like, Snow Miser loves the Clauses. Because he's just like, you guys are great PR for me. And he's just like, unfortunately, Southtown is the dominion of my brother. He says stepbrother, though Miser Brothers Christmas, dubious in its canonicity, seems to imply that they are just brothers, but we'll get to that in a moment. Southtown is unfortunately in the dominion of my brother, Heat Miser. So now they gotta go to Heat Miser. And Heat Miser's just like, yo, what can I do for you? Is your husband out doing another commercial for my brother? And they're just like, hey, could you maybe let Snow Miser make it snow for one day in Southtown? Because at this point, Jingle and Jangle are still convinced that in order to rescue Vixen, they need to make it snow. And Heat Miser's just like, no. Well, okay, hold on. If Snow Miser will let me make it sunny in the North Pole for one day, then I will let it snow in Southtown. And they're just like, yeah, that seems fair. So they call up Snow Miser. They're just like, yo, Snow Miser, can you let Heat Miser give the North Pole a warm day? He's like, no, that's insane. I scoff at the very idea. And then they start fighting, and Mrs. Claus is just like, I'm so fucking sick of you two. I'm going to Mother Nature. So they go to Mother Nature, who is just like, boys. And Snow Miser and Heat Miser show up, and she's just like, I need you two to stop fucking around and do what Mrs. Claus asks. And you're just like, okay, Mother. So it snows in Southtown, and the mayor of Southtown, does she use their full names? I don't remember off the top of my head. The mayor of Southtown calls up all the other mayors in the world and has them declare that Santa Claus has a day off this year. And all of the children of the world decide, we're going to go ahead and send Christmas presents to Santa, give him the Christmas that he's given us for years. But there's one little girl who admits that she's going to be really sad that Santa isn't going to be there this year. And we get a pretty touching rendition of Blue Christmas as part of this. And I'm going to get to the music in this in just a moment. But Santa reads this letter, and he's just like, I can't do this to the children. And he musters up all his energy. He's just like, to hell with this cold. Christmas is back on. And he fucks off on out of there with his 8 tiny reindeer, and he delivers presents to all the kids in the world. There's implications that this might have all been a dream, but I choose to believe it all happened. Only because Miser Brothers Christmas doesn't make any sense if it didn't. And then that's it. That's the end of Year Without a Santa Claus. We all live happily ever after. Every single fucking song in this one is a banger. Every single fucking one. The title theme, Snow Miser, Heat Miser, I Believe in Santa Claus Like I Believe in Love, Blue Christmas, It's Gonna Snow Down Here in Dixie. Every single this one doesn't miss. This one doesn't fucking miss. Instant S tier. This is by far the best one. I choose to believe that Year Without a Santa Claus is a historical documentary. This is the best Christmas special. I fucking love this one. I will say, it spawned what is apparently an absolute garbage live-action version that I think has John Goodman playing Santa Claus. I read about this on the Wikipedia page, and critics tore that one apart. But the original stop-motion animated one, absolute fucking banger of a special. Every single song hits. And the Miser Brothers are fucking iconic. They are, like, okay, I talked about how when I watched Rudolph, and I saw the Abominable Snowman, not even saw, heard its roar, my pulse quickened. The exact opposite thing happened when I'm Mr. White Christmas started up. Where I'm just like, oh, my skin is clear, my crops are watered. It was just, my mood elevated immediately. Absolute fucking banger of a Christmas special. The toppest fucking tier that I could possibly give anything on this list. There are a couple that are going to... I think there's at least one that I would say is going to match it in terms of how much I like it. But, like, by far, this was the best one. In my humble opinion. Alright, next up. The First Christmas, Story of the First Christmas Snow. This one's a little Bible-y. Little bit. It's not depicted as a story having to do with Jesus, but it's a little Bible-y. Essentially what this is there's a shepherd boy who, what is it? It takes place in this valley where there's no snow. This one's narrated by Angela Lansbury, playing the point of view character who is a nun at an orphanage. And she constantly is making Christmas cards for her loved ones that depict snowy scenes, despite the fact that they live in an area where it does not snow. One day, there is a thunderstorm outside, and a bolt of lightning strikes a tree, standing next to which is a lone shepherd boy, his dog, and his flock. As a result of the lightning strike, he goes blind. He moves in with the church folk while he recovers, but a lot of time goes by and it doesn't seem like he's recovering his sight, unfortunately. there's some conflict. There's like some boys that are just like, haha, let's play a funny joke on him and like move his sheep from one place to the other. But then all the sheep run into the woods and like, we're so sorry. We didn't mean for this to happen. We will help you find the sheep. And then like he sings in the choir at their Christmas pageant, and it suddenly is snowing in the valley, and through the magic of Jesus Christ, his sight is regained. And everybody lives happily ever after. This is kind of a boring one. Let's play a prank on the blind kid. Absolutely never backfires. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus, fairly well known for curing blind people, to be fair. This one's kind of boring. But I will say, this one lives and dies by its puppet work. The puppets in this one are, I think, some of the best of, like, all of the, like, early movies, you know? I mean, yes, but does Jesus appear or, like, holy light? It's like holy light. It's not Jesus himself. He doesn't appear in this one. But this one, like I said, this one kind of lives and dies by its puppet work. The puppets in this one are fantastic. Like, very, very solid. They all look great. The nuns, the all have like very, very distinct like character designs. The parson of the church has a very fun design. I just heard something out here. The parson has a very fun design. Does a blind kid look upon the visage of divinity and is no longer blind? Because that's usually the opposite of what happens. No, he's just kind of randomly cured. There's a nativity scene at the Christmas pageant, and like light beams down from the sky, and it's just like, oh, he's fine now. Don't worry about it. The children are fun. The three kids that decide to play a prank on the blind kid have some of the most fun, like, child designs, I think, in any of these movies, quite honestly. Like, they're really fun designs. But because it's kind of boring, and, like, the only notable thing is, like, the puppet work, and, like, Angela Lansbury's narration is really good as well, I do have to put this one in C tier. Like, it's fine, but, like, it doesn't really have a whole lot going for it. All right, Frosty's Winter Wonderland. Frosty's Winter Wonderland is the first sequel to Frosty the Snowman, and it carries the same canon as that movie, as well as Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, despite some inconsistencies, but we'll get to that. So Frosty's Winter Wonderland is the primary musical motif for this one. It's not specifically a Christmas movie, but like it's in the Christmas canon because it stars Frosty. This one is primarily based on the song Walkin' in a Winter Wonderland and has elements and scenes present in that song. This movie also introduces two other major characters within the Christmas movie canon that will show up later: Crystal, Frosty's wife, and Jack Frost. I like the narrator for this one a little bit better than the one in Frosty the Snowman. He's not like the raspy voiced guy from the first one. I like Walkin' in a Winter Wonderland as a song just a little bit more than I do like the actual song Frosty the Snowman. And quite honestly, I do like the story where it's essentially people kind of realize, so there's two plot threads going on here. One plot thread is that Frosty is a little bummed that he's the only living snowman, essentially. And everybody else has like family and loved ones to spend time with on cold winter nights, except for him. So these kids decide, like, let's make him a snow wife. The other plot thread is that this fucking scrunkly ass jackass Jack Frost really wants Frosty's magical hat. And when I say scrunkly, I mean this man be scrunkly. I think this one was post Hobbit. I don't know if 'Twas the Night Before Christmas was post Hobbit, but this one is definitely post Hobbit. And you can kind of tell because like the animation for it is a little bit nicer. But basically, one of the fun things about this one, so essentially over the course of this, they like build Frosty a snow wife. They need to figure out how to bring her to life. They manage to bring her to life, and they're just like, oh, you two should get married. And they bring along Parson Brown, and Parson Brown is just like, well, I can't marry these people. It wouldn't be a legally binding marriage because I'm a human parson. What you need is a snow parson. So, in the meadow, they decide to build a snowman and pretend that he is Parson Brown. They manage to bring him to life, and I'll get to that in a moment. In our secondary plot, Jack Frost tries to steal Frosty's magic hat to give him more wintry power. Ends up stealing the hat of a horse that was wearing a goddamn top hat for some reason. They're just like, oh, hate this. He manages to get Frosty's hat, and then people are just like, why would you do this? We're so sad. And Jack Frost is like, oh, I'm a bitch, huh? And he gives Frosty's hat back. And there's happy birthdays all around. I can't marry these people because God does not recognize marriage between snow people. Frosty and Crystal marry and move to the North Pole. The end, everyone lives happily ever after. It's not as elaborate in its plotting as like Frosty the Snowman, but this one has a lot of things that I like in it that I like a little bit more than Frosty the Snowman. So just as a disclaimer, this is going to be an S tier. I really like Frosty's Winter Wonderland. It's one of my favorites on this list. There's a few things about this that are actually kind of fun. The voice actors that they got for Crystal. So Frosty's voice actor in this one is the same one that he's had in Frosty the Snowman, the same one he's gonna have in Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. And it's such an iconic voice where it's kind of like this, like, almost airy voice where, like, for some reason I want to say, like, it kind of, there's some part of it that reminds me of, like, Lorenzo Music a little bit, but, like, maybe with, like, lower blood pressure. Where he's like, happy birthday! Where it's just, like, it's this very, like, soft, kind voice that he has. And, like, later attempts to, how do you have lower blood pressure than Lorenzo Music? It's a very good question. Later iterations of Frosty, like in Frosty Returns and Legend of Frosty the Snowman, would try to get people that are kind of like that, but it's just not the same. But one interesting thing is that the actress that they got to voice Crystal, Frosty's snow wife, tried to emulate that in her own performance of Crystal, which is really neat. Like, it's always neat to hear, like, these are Christmas specials made for, like, advertising and a quick buck. Let's be honest here, you know? Like, this thing is like 20 minutes long, you know? But it's always interesting to see these people that still go into it with an artist's eye and are just like, I am going to put genuine thought and care into my portrayal of this snow woman. So she tries to emulate that vocal style with her performance of Crystal. And it's really nice. And again, I love the recurring bit of just like snow people coming to life, and the first thing they say is happy birthday. I think it's adorable, and it's one of my favorite things. Like I said, this is the introduction of Jack Frost, who will show up again in Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July and his own titular movie. In this one, he is a villainous character who turns around by the end, because that happens a lot in most of these Christmas movies. There's a lot of instances of like the villain kind of like having a redemption towards the end. But he's also just like kind of a really fun villain. Googles, this is the twink that Tumblr got really excited about. No, and I made that joke also. That guy people wanted Elsa to fuck. I think the funniest thing about this movie is the lore that it establishes for what exactly can bring a snowman to life. So let's go ahead and run through this real quick. Things that can bring a snowman to life. Mitty's doing something. Give me 1 second. I need to make sure that like Mitty isn't causing troubles. Boy. What's Mitty doing? Mitty causing trouble? Mitty causing trouble? No, I don't think JP can hear me. I don't think JP can hear me. JP might have AirPods in. What's Mitty doing? I heard something. Mitty was just on the table, everybody. It's okay. So, as I was saying, the things that can bring snowmen to life. Ostensibly magical hats owned by shitty magicians. A gift given with love, in this case, ice flowers. The way that Crystal is brought to life is that Frosty gives her a bouquet of ice flowers, and it is a gift given with love, and she is brought to life. And the third thing that can bring snowmen to life is the Holy Bible, apparently. Because when they build the Pastor Brown snowman, the real Pastor Brown is just like, oh, he's not a pastor if he doesn't have the good book, and he hands him his Bible, and it brings him to life. The snow pastor is brought to life by the grace of God. And it's really, really funny to me. But yeah, so that's Frosty's Winter Wonderland. That's going up in S tier, because I really like Frosty's Winter Wonderland. It's one of my favorites. Alright, next up is Rudolph's Shiny New Year. So this is the first one on the list that is kind of a combination Christmas movie. So, like I said, a lot of the time, a lot of like Rankin Bass's like output ended up factoring in Christmas in one way or another. Like a lot of the Easter stuff includes some allusion to Christmas, or like Santa shows up for one reason or another. But they also have a handful of specials that are just, this is just a Christmas movie that is also a movie for another holiday. Right? So Rudolph's Shiny New Year is the story about, it's a story about Rudolph. And he needs to save Baby New Year. Apparently, the way that years work within the lore of the... This is also where stuff, like, really starts swerving into, like, this fantasy world that they have been crafting. Like, we got some with, like, the king of the Island of Misfit Toys being, like, this griffin, right? Is Rudolph's nose the ball that drops? No, but the ball dropping is actually a plot point in this. Like, that's actually an important part of the story. But, like, this is where we start getting into, like, some of the interesting, like, fantasy elements that these movies start working in. So the lore here is that for every new year, there is a baby that is designated Baby New Year. And they reign over time for that entire year as Father Time. And then they grow up over the course of 12 months. And then at the end, they retire to an island specific to their year to make way for the new Baby New Year. Now, the upcoming Baby New Year is being made fun of because he has really fucking big ears. Like, it's wild how big they are. So important question. Okay, shoot. Waiting. I'm gonna wait for this question. Any second now. Let me eat some Cheetos while I'm waiting for this question. This better be an absolute banger of a question. What happens when the old years retire to the island? Are there infinite islands? Ostensibly. This is something we're going to get into. They are effectively immortal. I did make the joke when I was watching this, just like, oh, the previous years retire. They go to a nice farm upstate. But no, they are effectively immortal. Oh god, there's so much fucking, like, terms that get sent out here. Because... Okay. So Baby New Year is laughed at because of his huge-ass ears. And, he runs away. And Rudolph is tasked with tracking down the Baby New Year. Before the ball drops on New Year's Eve, heralding in the New Year. Because if Baby New Year isn't there to take over for Father Time, then the year will never end. Haranguing him the entire way is a monstrous vulture named Eon, who, true to his name, is destined to live for a single eon, and then at the end, freezes into solid ice. Now, an eon is a long time, but his eon is almost up. This is his last year. So, while Rudolph is out trying to find Baby New Year so that he can take over as Father Time, Eon is trying to find Baby New Year to kidnap him so that the year never comes and he can live indefinitely. Baby New Year, a child manages to flee across the sands of time, which is a vast desert. Makes it to, what is it called? It's the Archipelago of Years, I think. Which is where anytime a Father Time finishes their tenure, they retire to this archipelago to rule over an island that is essentially just their year ad infinitum. Baby New Year flees across the sands of time. Very confused prince reassures the audience that didn't happen. So Rudolph gets to the ocean that the archipelago is in and is assisted by a whale with a huge-ass clock on his tail, whose name is Big Ben. Big Ben ferries him across the sea to the first of these islands, 1 million BC. And there, he runs into the Father Time that ruled over this year, who is simply called OM for 1 million. And it's a land of just like dinosaurs and cavemen. OM is a caveman. I know. It makes no fucking sense. Who cares? Nobody watching this in the fucking 70s gave a shit about science. Don't worry about it. Now, all throughout their journey, they find evidence that Baby New Year was there, but then at some point revealed his ears to the people he was hanging out with, and they all laughed at him, and he ran away again. Their next destination is the island of 1023, where they meet the Father Time of that year, who is just referred to as 10 to 3. And he is a knight. And the island of 1023 AD is described as the year that every fairy tale took place. So what ends up happening is that Baby New Year ends up in the house of the 3 bears. And he goes through the whole thing of like finding a chair to sit in, eating their porridge, finding a bed to sleep in. And him and Baby Bear become fast friends. And they're just like, oh, let's play Knights and Dragons. And he's just like, and he's like, oh, I'll be the dragon. Or, oh, you slayed me. Now you the valiant knight, need to take your helmet off. And Baby New Year takes his big top hat off, because the big top hat is how he hides his ears. His ears flip out, and now people are laughing at him again. And he's just like, well, shit. So he fucks off again. And we come to our final island, 1776, which is ruled by a Ben Franklin-looking motherfucker who is simply known as Seth. And apparently, it's always the 4th of July here. And they've got, like, the 13 colonies flags. Imagine being such a loser that Baby Bear from Goldilocks laughs at you. And because it's always the 4th of July and they've got all the flags, they're just like, oh, Baby New Year, you need to take your hat off in the presence of the flag. Hold on, I gotta restart the fucking YouTube. I'm begging you. So Baby New Year takes his hat off, and his ears flip out, and everyone laughs at him. Now, at this point, Eon... Wait, is this the 4th of July special? No, it is the New Year's special. Now, at this point, Eon finds him and kidnaps him and brings him to his lair. So Rudolph teams up with OM, 10 to 3, Sev, and Big Ben, and they track down Eon's lair, and they climb this horrible mountain to rescue the Baby New Year. And Eon finds them, he's just like, I'm gonna kill you! Rudolph, a caveman, a knight, and Ben Franklin. Yeah, basically. And Rudolph's just like, yo, Baby New Year, take your hat off. Just like, trust me. And Baby New Year takes his hat off, and Eon starts laughing. And they're just like, oh, he could never freeze into ice. Not with all that warmth in his heart. And Rudolph tries to describe to Baby New Year, just like, look. The people laugh because your ears fill them with joy. And it's just like, I mean, they're laughing at him, not with him. But I mean, like, if there's anybody who's going to be able to give this sort of a pep talk, it's Rudolph, given his experience with this sort of thing. Rudolph convinces Baby New Year to come back to Father Time. The New Year comes and goes, and everything is fine, and everybody lives happily ever after. This one's kind of a fun one in how much it like pivots into like the fantasy shtick of these movies. I don't know if I would say it's as good as, like, Santa Claus is Coming to Town or Frosty the Snowman, but I would probably put it in, like, maybe B tier with 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Wait, does Eon not die? No, because his heart is filled with joy and laughter. Because he thinks those big ears are so fucking funny, they make him want to merge without looking. So yeah, solid B tier special, personally, in my honest onion. Next up is Little Drummer Boy Book 2. So, okay, Little Drummer Boy goes off with one of the three wise men because they need to get the silver bells that are going to herald in the birth of Christ. And in the process, they run afoul of this Roman centurion who steals all the bells from the bell maker. And they need to get them back. And Little Drummer Boy is just like, I'm going to distract them and you get the bells. So he successfully distracts them. But in the process, they burn his drum and sticks, which of course were a gift from his... Wait, didn't Christ get born already? Yes. Bear with me. It happens immediately after Little Drummer Boy Book 1. Which of course were the last gift that his parents ever gave him. But then he's gifted a new drum by the three wise men. Or no, he's gifted a new drum by the guy who made the bells. And the guy who made the silver bells successfully rings them to herald the birth of Christ. The end. This one, it's dull as hell. No. You know what? There's worse things than this. This is just D tier. It's just D tier. Honestly. Question. Yes. This one didn't have any banger songs, by the way. Rudolph's Shiny New Year, I'm pretty sure had songs, but I don't remember any of them. Is it worse than Little Drummer Boy 1? Yes. But it's not as bad as some of the movies that I would consider F tier. Is the only thing. Like, you heard me. I just breezed through the plot of this one. It's not particularly memorable. I couldn't tell you a lot of, like, the finer details that go into it. But, like, Little Drummer Boy Book 1, at the very least, had Why Don't the Animals Smile? Can you put them on the same tier if one is objectively worse? Yes. And that's all I'll say about that. I don't like it. I like it less than Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and First Christmas. There is exactly one movie that I know... Wow, fake tier list 0 out of 10. Hey, lest we forget, all of my opinions are objectively correct. So I can't be wrong. Anyway. Alright. So next up is Nestor the fucking long-eared Christmas donkey. If you made a Christmas song in anywhere in like the 30 years between like the 20 years between like the 50s and the 70s, chances are, regardless of how well known that fucking song actually is, Rankin Bass was gonna make a movie about it. Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey is based on a song. And it has a fucking goddamn Grand Slam special here of qualities to it. So to start with, it's a Bible story. It's one of the Bible ones. It's not specifically a story from the Bible, but like it's Bible times is the bulk of the movie. But the framing device takes place during like Christmas. And, like, Santa has just fucked off to go do his round-the-world tour. And it focuses in on, it's just like, I'm Santa's donkey. I bet you didn't know Santa had a donkey, did you? He's had a donkey for long as I can remember taking care of the stable. It's just like, no, I did not know that Santa had a fucking donkey. Not once in my entire existence did I ever consider whether or not Santa Claus had a fucking talking donkey to manage the reindeer stables. Not once. You're like, donkeys have been a part of Christmas ever since the beginning. Let me tell you about Nestor, the long-eared Christmas. I don't even know if this is the voice he had. I'm just kind of making something up at this point. Anyway, Nestor is a donkey who has really long ears. Will this movie be improved or worsened if Nestor was voiced by Eddie Murphy? Probably improved. Nestor is a donkey with really long ears. And he's owned by the fuck ugly dude. And one day, the fuck ugly dude sells all his donkeys. And the guy he sells his donkeys to is just like, what the fuck is this long-eared mutant? Are you trying to swindle me? And he's just like, you can have that one for free. And just like, I'll have them all for free. Give me my money back. Then, like, Nestor escapes with his mom or something. His mom sacrifices herself to shield him from a snowstorm, and then he wanders off on his own. He is assisted for a time by a cherub who helps him learn to like the things that he can do with his ears. And then one day, he is captured anew, and he is later purchased by some travelers who are on a very, very special outing. And those travelers are Mary and Joseph on their way to Bethlehem so that Mary can give birth to Jesus Christ. Nestor's ears are specifically equipped to shield Mary from the harsh sandstorms of the desert that they have to cross. And eventually they make it to Bethlehem and Jesus Christ is born. The end. Nestor's mom speaks to him from heaven or something. The cherub fucks off at one point. I don't...
You are not far away. Anytime, any place.
I'm tempted to put this one below both Little Drummer Boy movies.
You're that special one that I've been.
You sound so fucking tired. This one is the most fucking, like, nonsense. Who needed a movie based on a song about a long-eared Christmas donkey?
I can hear you calling.
Like, I still don't understand the appeal of Jiggity Jig Hee Haw Hee Haw. It's Dominic the donkey. Like, I don't understand the appeal of that one. And I've never even heard of Nestor the long-eared Christmas donkey. But apparently it was a song that Rankin Bass decided it's F tier. This one sucks. It's not very good. I don't like this one. I don't think it's very good. And it's one of those ones. You keep talking as if this isn't F tier. We know what's happened. There it is. It's one of those ones where it's just like fucking Rankin Bass was just throwing shit at the wall to sit. Like, they must have had like a fucking corkboard full of like Christmas songs that they were just throwing a fucking dart at. And one of them landed on, and they're just like, fuck it, Nestor the long-eared Christmas fucking donkey. Whatever. This one sucks. You know what it sounds like? What's that? It sounds like some executive producer was like, man, I fucking love this Christmas song. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I cannot imagine. Or it's like a nepotism thing. Where it's just like, it was written by like somebody's cousin. You know? The next one, the stingiest man in town. The Stingiest Man in Town is a musical adaptation of A Christmas Carol. Now, this isn't an original. This one is actually based on an earlier film that was also a musical version of A Christmas Carol starring Basil Rathbone, who is most well known for doing a bunch of Sherlock Holmes movies. But this is Rankin Bass's take on that special. And, you know, it's A Christmas Carol. You know the story of A Christmas Carol. You know how it goes. The point of view character, the narrator for this one, is a character named B.A.H. Humbug, who is a humbug. The songs aren't particularly memorable. Again, this is post-Hobbit Rankin Bass, so the animation is actually pretty solid. But again, it's A Christmas Carol. You know how A Christmas Carol goes. I don't need to explain this one to you. There are some notable skips within the story, like when with Ghost of Christmas Past, they only really focus on like the person that Scrooge was engaged to for a time. Is it a good Christmas Carol? I'm getting to that. Bear with me. They only focus on the person that Scrooge was engaged to for a time. There isn't any sort of like focus on like any of the other characters from the past. For Ghost of Christmas Present, they skip the whole bit with want and need, which is a pretty common thing for a lot of adaptations of Christmas Carol for children. Generally, you don't want the Ghost of Christmas Present to open up his robe, revealing two decrepit children who then anamorph into like a prostitute and like a drunken gambler. To be fair, want and need are creepy. They are. There's also implications that the Ghost of Christmas Present is also Santa within this movie. But, you know, whatever. And then the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come bit is incredibly truncated, where it's really just showing Scrooge his own fucking gravestone. That being said, it's very easy to hit all of the major story beats for A Christmas Carol in a short amount of time. There's a lot of chaff you can cut. I think it's really interesting that, like, Christmas used to be a time for ghost stories. Like, that was actually a very common thing around the time that Dickens wrote Christmas Carol. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can cut out of A Christmas Carol and still get, like, the basic story beats in order to kind of, like, get the point across. So, honestly, I would probably put this one... I would say this one's a C tier. Like, it's fine. The music I didn't find very memorable. And it's just kind of a very basic Christmas Carol adaptation. Like, it's okay. You know? So, like, at this point, I want to go ahead and just kind of, like, let's go ahead and establish kind of, like, where we're at before we move into the latter part of this. Because how many of these have we done? We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're a little over halfway through the list. To be fair, we also have Muppet Christmas Carol if we want our musical Christmas Carol fix. Yes, of course. So we're a little over halfway through the list. So let's go ahead and just kind of take stock of where we're at. So I would say that at this point, just kind of through the sort of like creation of this list, you can kind of get an idea of like where we're at in terms of like what each of these tiers mean. F tier is stuff that is just, quite frankly, god-awful. I don't know why it was made. I don't think it really like adds anything to like either the Christmas season or the greater canon of these films, and I just feel like it probably shouldn't exist. D tier is stuff that's just like, I don't think it shouldn't exist, but it's just like I don't have any real strong feelings about it. Like they're kind of there, and like they don't really leave that much of an impression on me. Like there's a lot that little brings down Little Drummer Boy, but like it manages to like I would say Little Drummer Boy and Little Drummer Boy Book 2 are just, you know, they are Jesus stories. I don't have the same sort of like vehement like rejection of them that I do for Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey. And also Little Drummer Boy does have Why Don't the Animals Smile, but they're so like, they're such dour films. They're so like melancholy that it's hard to really enjoy them for me, and Cricket on the Hearth is just kind of boring. C tier are movies that are okay. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is an okay movie that I unfortunately can't really bring myself to sit through like easily because I have a very negative reaction to the Abominable Snow Monster. And also I don't really think it has like I said, the one thing that I will give it is that the Misfits song, the thing that I like most about the Misfits song is the reprise that it gets in a later movie. Really, it doesn't really do a lot for me, but like it's fine. It's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Like, you know, that has to count for something. First Christmas, Story of the First Christmas Snow, kind of dull, but like the craft work of the puppets really elevates it. Stingiest Man in Town, it's a Christmas Carol. It's a Christmas Carol. Christmas Carol is a fun story. It's a fun story. Scrooge is a fun character. Seeing his redemption is enjoyable. B tier is stuff that like, you know, I feel like there's some element that sort of elevates it above being okay. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. I like the characters in that. The line, here's how you ruin Christmas with your opinions is really fucking funny. And I like the main character in that one. Rudolph's Shiny New Year, I fucking love the, like, fantasy elements of this one. But not so much that, like, I would bump it up to A tier. These ones also don't really have any sort of, like, banger tunes in them. A tier. These are standout ones. These are just like classics of the season. These are ones that I will go out of my way to watch if they're like on TV, or if it's just like if I'm in the mood for them. So like Frosty the Snowman, a lot of fun. Love the villain in that one. Damn, I saw Rankin expected video games, which is the only subject I know anything about. Object in the corner. Hello, Lucas. We are Rankin, but we're Rankin Bass. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Again, several banger songs in this one. And it's also just like, it's a fun little origin story for Santa Claus. And again, this and Frosty the Snowman, absolute classics of the season that I will genuinely go out of my way to watch. And then S tier are the ones that are just above and beyond. Year Without a Santa Claus has no misses. Year Without a Santa Claus has banger after banger tune, and it introduced Snow Miser and Heat Miser. Frosty's Winter Wonderland is just a fun movie, and I love the whole thing with like Frosty and Crystal, and Jack Frost is in it, and he's a fucking prick, and I love him. So you can kind of get an idea of like kind of where things are at. I don't think we're gonna have any more S tiers for the rest of this, so I'm gonna have to like talk about how I feel about Miser Brothers Christmas when I get that. But we got some things here that like I'm probably going to need to kind of like work my feelings out as we're going. So let's go ahead and get to the next one. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. Did you know that this one is feature length? This is a 90-minute movie. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. I forgot I forgot it was that long. I had watched 13 films. Rudolph gets 3 movies. Rudolph gets 4, actually. Because there's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, there's Rudolph's Shiny New Year, Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, and then there's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Island of Misfit Toys. What do you mean it's a 90-minute fucking movie? It's 90 minutes long. It's a feature-length film. I had watched 13 movies up to this point that ranged in length from 20 to 50 minutes. And then, like, I'm looking over the Wikipedia for these Wikipedia pages for these movies, I see 97 minutes. I'm just like, I'm fucking sorry, what? So Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July is the Avengers Endgame of these films. This is a crossover between a lot of the established characters from the canon of these Christmas films. You got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it is explicitly the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer from his titular film and Shiny New Year. You've got characters from Shiny New Year. The Frosty the Snowman and Crystal in this are explicitly the ones from the 2D animated Frosty the Snowman movies. They have kids now. Is Eon here? Eon is not here, but Big Ben is. Big Ben from Shiny New Year is here. Santa and Mrs. Claus are in this, and there's a brief recap of their backstory that explicitly notes that explicitly depicts her as Miss Jessica from Santa Claus is Coming to Town. They have snow kids? How many snow kids? 64? No, 2. Jack Frost is here. This movie also kind of establishes a timeline of sorts for this movie. This movie takes place the summer following Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Now, as a result from that, we can infer that both Frosty the Snowman movies, Santa Claus is Coming to Town, A Year Without a Santa Claus, and Rudolph's, and all of those all take place before Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And Rudolph's Shiny New Year takes place immediately after. This is the last film that features Rudolph's original voice actor and Frosty the Snowman's original voice actor, as well as Crystal's voice actor as well, I think. It is not the last film to feature Mickey Rooney as Santa Claus. I mean, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. It has to happen first. Without him, who's Santa? I mean, fair. But, like, I'm just saying, like, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer canonically is, like, the 5th movie in the chronology. So, like, we're talking, like, there's Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and then there's some combination of Frosty the Snowman, Year Without a Santa Claus, and Frosty's Winter Wonderland that happens in between that and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And then Rudolph's Shiny New Year, and then Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. This takes place the summer after Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It also gives us lore for why Rudolph, his nose glows. Okay, so this is going to sound absolutely fucking mental when I describe this, so bear with me. Once upon a time, there was an evil wizard named Winterbolt who ruled over the North Pole. And he ruled over the North Pole with a pair of dragons and a genie of the ice, all helping him maintain his power. And he was up to some evil shit, such that oh god, I'm forgetting all the fucking lore here. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pull up the Wikipedia page. Bear with me just a moment. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. I'm just gonna read the plot. Long ago, a powerful evil snow wizard named Winterbolt caused havoc on the North Pole until Lady Boreal, Queen of the Northern Lights, put him in a deep sleep. Years later, Winterbolt awakens and Boreal transfers the last of her power into Rudolph's red nose when he is born, which will stop glowing if it is ever used for evil. Winterbolt learns of this and plans to dispose of Rudolph. What this doesn't go over is the fact that, Lady Boreal's power is waning, and that's what allows, because she had to take on human form in order to defeat Winterbolt. Because her power is waning in her human form, Winterbolt awakens from his deep slumber that she put him in. So she pours all of her power into Rudolph, and it not only gives him his red nose, but it gives him a birthmark on the bottom of his hoof of a star in the middle of a snowflake. Winterbolt wakes up and he's just like, who's this fucking guy living in a castle in my domain? And he's just like, oh, I see he brings toys to children on Christmas Eve. Well, what if I whip up a foggy night where he can't do that? And that was the origin of Rudolph's first flight. So he decides, well, that sucks. I mean, I don't really have the ability to do much else, so I guess I just gotta, like, do the same thing next year, but I'm gonna have to get rid of Rudolph. So he starts hatching a plan to get rid of Rudolph. You didn't mention the dragons have salazzle eyelashes. Yeah, they do. The dragons don't factor into it a whole lot, honestly. They are the ones that, like, breathed out the blizzard that Rudolph had to get through. Okay, so there's an ice cream man who comes to the North Pole because that's where he stores his ice cream. And this all takes place in July. And he's super sad. And the reason he's super sad is that he has fallen in love with a tightrope walker from a traveling circus. Circus by the Sea. And the Circus by the Sea is in dire straits. They're in a lot of debt, and they're in danger of being bought out by a sleazy businessman. Wait, was that about dragons with salazzle eyelashes? Hold on, I'm gonna talk about... Christmas in July, snow, dragon. Images. Can I get one of these in HD? Nope. I don't know if I can find, like, a good quality image of these guys, unfortunately. I'm just saying, if this movie was good, you'd see more of these dragons on For Affinity. Dragon D's nuts. Anyways, so Winterbolt begins hatching his plan. He hears about, like, this greedy, sleazy businessman. And he starts, Can I get pictures of these one-off characters from Rankin Bass Christmas Special in HD 1080p? Fuck no, you cannot, says the internet. I'm gonna have to go get one of my own later, because I think I have this one in 1080p. What was I saying? So the plan is he's gonna kick everybody out of the North Pole, basically. He puts the idea in his mind that, hey, he puts the idea in the mind of the ice cream man to suggest, hey, Rudolph, you should come with me to the Circus by the Sea. People will pay good money to see you. Frosty should come too. And Frosty's just like, that sounds like a bad idea. I would fucking melt. It's July, my dude. July. But, like, Frosty's kids are like, Daddy, we want to go see the circus. And Crystal's just like, they want to go see the circus. And Frosty's just like, this seems like a bad idea. And then Winterbolt shows up, and he's just like, hey, man, I got you. And he gives them medallions that have, like, 4 Fs in a circle, which is something about, like, having to do with, like, the last firework. And he's just like, yo, these medallions will keep you and your family safe until the last firework goes off. And the kids are just like, yay! But then they're like, but wait, we want to see all the fireworks. And Frosty's just like, ah, fuck, now they want to see all the fireworks. So then Winterbolt then puts the idea in Santa's head. And she's like, oh, we'll come down on the 4th of July with you. And whisk you back to the North Pole before the last firework goes off. And Frosty's just like, fine, I guess. Because this is the Independence Day one. This is the 4th of July movie, by the way. This is the one that is both a Christmas movie and a 4th of July movie. For the record. Of course, it's the fucking 4th of July Christmas special. There's a point where it's just like, what's the matter, Frosty? Aren't you patriotic? And it's just like, Frosty lives in the North Pole, my guy. If anything, Frosty's Canadian. Like, let's be real here. But not the one with Ben Franklin in it. On the island of 1776, it's always the 4th of July. But that doesn't mean that Shiny New Year is a 4th of July movie. So, just bear with me here. Okay, so... where was I? So, they're whisked... So, they're whisked down to the Circus by the Sea. And meanwhile, Winterbolt gets the assistance of a bad reindeer, a shitty reindeer, whose name is Scratcher, who was, I guess, on the short list for being on the flight team until Rudolph did his whole fucking, like, saving Christmas shit. But he's also apparently just a guy that sucks, honestly. Just based on his character. So Winterbolt has poisoned the minds of everyone in the Rankin Bass universe that they need to be American patriots. Gotcha. Yes. So Winterbolt teams up with Scratcher and the shitty businessman who's trying to buy out the circus to essentially trick Rudolph into stealing the money from the circus, thereby dousing his nose forever, because his nose would have been used for evil. Even if he didn't intend to, if it's used for evil, his nose is doused forever. And he can't even say anything about it, because Winterbolt has told him, hey, I will extend the magic on your friend Frosty's amulets if you take the fall for this. And the reason that he needs to do that in the first place is because Winterbolt whipped up a fucking storm of the century to delay the Clauses from getting to the Circus by the Sea. Also, he wants to take over Christmas, and he has a sleigh pulled by snakes that he calls rain snakes instead of reindeer. It's dumb as hell. So, feeling greedy, what he then decides to do is he's just like, yo, There must be some magic in that old silk hat Frosty's got there. If I got Frosty's hat, I could make an army of snowmen. Rain snakes. So he then tells Frosty, hey, if you give me your hat, I will restore Rudolph's nose. Frosty doesn't know that Winterbolt does not have this ability. So he's just like, yeah, sure, here you go. I'm doing it for Rudolph. And he has a really kind of like emotional, touching song about how much he loves his wife and his family before he does this, because this is effectively death for him. And eventually, like, so Rudolph sees, like, oh my god, Frosty gave up his hat for something that Winterbolt can't actually fix. So he comes clean. And he says, it wasn't me that did it, it was Winterbolt. And this is apparently good enough for him to, like, get his nose back. Like, he's just like, I did this, but I was tricked. So he told the truth, he came clean, and he helped get the money back. And this is enough for him to get his nose powers back. Now, during all this, Rudolph, so in order to, like, come to that conclusion, to, like, come clean about it, he got a pep talk from his old pal Big Ben, who had swum in, you know, just kind of chilling out, hanging around. And Rudolph expresses to Big Ben that he's worried, because he's worried that if he stands up to, why do we have Big Ben in the 4th of July special, but not Ben Franklin? Don't worry about it. He's worried that if he stands up to Winterbolt, that Winterbolt will undo the magic on the medallions that Frosty's family has and cause them to melt. And Big Ben's just like, hey man, I got an idea. I'm gonna go to South America real quick. Be right back. Hold on, I gotta fucking start the music back up. And Rudolph's just like, South America? What? Okay. So Big Ben fucks off for a little bit. So everybody confronts Winterbolt. And the leader of the Circus by the Sea was a woman with dual pistols who is voiced by a lady who played Annie Oakley in Annie Get Your Gun. Pulls out her pistols just like, this one's mine. And her daughter, who is like the one that the ice cream guy is in love with, it's just like, Mom, your pistols are loaded with blanks. Yeah, I know. And she flips them around and grabs them by their barrels. Or she might not do this, I might be wrong. But she's like, but they're made of iron. And she chucks them at Winterbolt, and it breaks his staff, which is the source of his power, ostensibly. She's not literally Annie Oakley, but the actress who voices her played Annie Oakley in Annie Get Your Gun. And it's this whole thing where it's just like, you know, Winterbolt's technically like Fey folk. Fey folk are affected by iron, so on and so forth. And the most terrifying thing that I think I've seen in these movies that isn't the abominable snow monster happens, where Winterbolt turns into a tree. And it's kind of terrifying, actually. And everybody's just like, yay, Winterbolt's defeated! And Rudolph's just like, yeah! Oh, shit! Because Rudolph remembers, wait, if Winterbolt is dead, that means his magic has been dissipated. Which means... And they find Frosty, Crystal, and their 2 kids, Chili and Millie, melted into puddles. And they're just like, oh, fucking god damn it. Now, about this time, Santa also shows up because the storm finally dissipated with the death of Winterbolt. And they're just like, oh no, what happened? But wait, what's that on the horizon? It's Big Ben! And who is that riding atop him? My god, it's Jack Frost with the steel chair! Big Ben went to South America because right now it's winter in South America, and that's where Jack Frost is. Frosty and his family are made of Christmas snow, which has magical properties, so by having Jack Frost refreeze them into snowmen with a rousing chorus of Happy Birthday, Frosty and his family are revived. But Jack Frost does need to keep breathing on them all the way back to the North Pole, which is a little weird, but don't worry about it. This is an anime. They're all animated in Japan, so yeah, kind of. He must have gone real south when he was looking for a snowy winter. Yeah, that's why it took him so long to get back. He's a time whale, but like, come on. He can only go so fast. So, like I said, this is kind of the Avengers Endgame of these Christmas specials because you have like a lot of like characters from previous specials coming back in major ways. Like Jack Frost coming in at the end for like the 11th hour rescue. Frosty and Crystal being major characters. Throw up. Rudolph being a central character. Santa and Mrs. Claus are there, and they're established as being the Santa and Mrs. Claus from Santa Claus is Coming to Town, including Mrs. Claus being Miss Jessica. And that's the story of Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. It's B tier. Honestly, it's fine. I don't think there's any particularly notable songs in it. But like, okay, there's one notable song, and it's Rudolph and Frosty singing the Misfits song from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But it doesn't have any, like, there's like a couple tearjerkers with like Rudolph like reflecting on his life, Santa Claus reflecting on his life, Frosty reflecting on his life. But like, there's nothing that I would like point at and say this is an absolute fucking banger. But like, it is enjoyable seeing kind of like the culmination of all these stories in Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. I cannot stress that when Gage says Winterbolt turning into a tree is the scariest thing I've seen in this movie. This is not Gage being a pussy. It's fucked up. It's super fucked up, actually. Like, we're not gonna get to me calling other people pussies until Leprechaun's Christmas Gold. Which, again, I don't have any leg to stand on because I'm scared of the abominable snow monster. But, like, Winterbolt turning into a tree is genuinely kind of terrifying. But yeah, that's Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. The longest... I think the longest movie on this list, honestly. Like, even some of the later stuff that's, like, not Rankin Bass, but it's made by other people, top out at about an hour. Does the tree, like, have, like, his face? Yes. Yes, it does. You see his eyes rolling back into his head as he turns into a tree. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Like, I think there's some cool shit in Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, because, again, it's another one of the ones like Shiny New Year that kind of leans into, like, the high fantasy elements that they really liked putting in some of these movies. And then, like, again, it's all of the characters from the previous specials, like, all hanging out together, which is neat. It's a neat little crossover movie, and I like it a lot. Like, I want to say, like, the only thing that is, like, not explicitly connected to it is probably Year Without a Santa Claus. Only because, like, the only thing that really explicitly connects this movie to that one is the fact that a couple of the elves that you can see in, like, wider shots of Santa's workshop look like Jingle and Jangle. Okay. Next up. Jack Frost. Are you ready for a fucking insane sentence? Jack Frost is a Groundhog Day movie. If you look at the Wikipedia page for Jack Frost, they say that it is a combination Groundhog Day, Christmas, and winter movie. Like, general winter movie. and it focuses specifically on the character of Jack Frost. He's given a slightly more palatable appearance from like the scrunkly motherfucker from Winter Wonderland and Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, Jack Frost is explicitly based on the design from Frosty's Winter Wonderland, by the way. Is he a Tumblr Twink? He is absolutely 100% a Tumblr Twink in this movie. You can look up what he looks like in this movie. 100% Twinkified. No longer a scrunkly motherfucker. They made him hot in this one because they have to give him, like, a romantic interest. And they have to make it believable that somebody would want him. None of these words are in the Bible. Several of them probably are, actually. Anyway. So, Jack Frost. The what's the word I'm looking for? The framing device of Jack Frost the story is told. Gage, they reused the Kris Kringle puppet. They airbrushed him. Is that who that is? I didn't realize that was Kris Kringle. I know that there's puppets in this one that get reused in other ones, and I think the female character in this one might be Miss Jessica also, but I'm not sure. But regardless. So this one is told by the groundhog of Groundhog Day, whose name is Pardon Me Pete. And he's called Pardon Me Pete because if he sees a shadow, he gives a pardon me and then rushes back into his hole. And they put a lot of emphasis, like, okay. Does anybody else know who Punxsutawney Phil is? I have to ask before I start going on about fucking Punxsutawney Phil. If I talk about Punxsutawney Phil, how many people in chat are going to know who the fuck I'm talking about? This is an important question you need to answer. Please continue about Punxsutawney Phil. Okay, as long as one person knows who I'm talking about, I'm good to go. Alright. So Punxsutawney Phil is the name of the groundhog that they generally center the actual celebration of Groundhog Day around. And it is... Okay, no, I saw the fucking trees. What the fuck? Yeah. It is kind of a big event, Punxsutawney Phil, and whether or not he sees a shadow. But here's the thing. The whole Groundhog Day thing, where if he sees a shadow, there's another 6 weeks of winter. If you can believe it, total bullshit. Not in this one, though. Pardon Me Pete is a respected meteorological icon. No, wait a second. What? Hold on. Continue. I will wait for you to ask your question before I continue talking about Groundhog Day. Actual Groundhog Day, not like the repeating timeline loop thing, not like Majora's Mask type of situation. Groundhog Day, no. Actual legit. If he sees a shadow, there's 6 more weeks of winter Groundhog Day. Like actual fucking plump-ass ground rat holiday movie. Yes, and let me tell you, Pardon Me Pete, that boy, plump. He is a round little man. Starring Twink Jack Frost, but not that one. Exactly. Oh, hold on. It's kind of funny. Friend of the stream, Audrey of Team Catpole, watched this movie, I think, last year. And it fucking broke her mind. Just because, like, this movie gets kind of wild. So this movie takes place in Russia? It's Eastern Europe, pretty clearly. The main villain is the self-described Cossack king, Kubla Kraus. And he is out here subjugating this little village. Googling the most festive way to cancel my subscription live thanks to what I learned here today. And in this village lives a family that is just barely getting by. I mean, they're all just barely getting by. Kubla Kraus is taxing the fuck out of them. The Cossack king, Kubla Kraus. Yes. I need you... You need to accept all of this at face value or we're going to be here all fucking day. Now, the movie goes on to explain that Winter is controlled by a man named Father Winter. And he commands a legion of... Okay, this movie came out in the 70s. And it uses the G slur pretty liberally. And I am in no way about to continue that usage. So let's just call them snow fairies. We'll just move past that. Yeah. There are a number of people under Father Winter's employ who make snowflakes, send snowflakes down. There's a guy named Snip who he make it a snowflake, and every time he make a really good snowflake, he's just like, oh, this is Christmas snow. This is Christmas snow. And he saves it for Christmas. Gay, homosexual, winter elf, gay. And then like there's like a guy who's in charge of hail. There's the slush sister, or no, the sleet sisters. Excuse me. He's got a whole racket going on for making snow. And then there's Jack Frost. Jack Frost likes to go down to Earth and just like zip zop zoop around and make people cold. Central song in this movie is the Christmas song, Chestnuts roping on an Oastin fire. Oh, Oastin? What the fuck am I talking about? Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Why is there a fucking pantheon of cold weather commie? See, when you warned me about Eastern European setting in the 70s, I was expecting like, okay, sure, there's Red Scare commie. It's not, no, this movie doesn't take place in the 70s. It was made in the 70s. What the fuck am I talking about? That's what I've been fucking asking. So this destitute girl, who is like the prettiest destitute girl you've ever seen, is like hanging out on Christmas when suddenly all this ice breaks up and she's about to go like careening off this waterfall. But Jack Frost saves her, and she's just like, oh, Jack Frost saved me. Why, if Jack Frost was a person, I would fuck him right here in the snow. She doesn't actually say that, but, like, I mean, it's the same thing. And Jack Frost is just like, I want to get my dick wet. So he goes to Father Winter. He's just like, yo, Father Winter, check it out. Let me be human for a bit. Father Winter's just like, okay, if you want to be human, I'm gonna send you down to the earth, okay? You gotta get a wife, you gotta get money, you gotta get a horse, and you gotta have a house if you want to stay human. And Jack Frost is just like, it's done, easy. So I can do that, no problem. Whatever. Why does he need a horse? Because this is like medieval times or something? Why is Father Winter a classist? Because he sucks. So Jack goes down to Earth, and he meets up with the girl who's just like, I would absolutely 100% give Jack Frost the sloppiest dome ever. And she's just like, oh, hey, how are you? But he's not Jack Frost anymore. He's Jack Snip. He says he's a tailor. This is a blowy joke. If Father Winter sucks, why does he need this human woman? Jack Frost comes down to Earth and looks at Tumblr. So this woman's just like, I love two people, my knight in golden armor and Jack Frost. You're neither of those. Sorry. But he's just like, I will win her heart. Little does he know the knight in golden armor is like an actual fucking person who was like off training with King Arthur or something. Which, like, the timeline of that doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Like, let's be real here. What the fuck happens next? So, he's tasked with doing all of this before the end of winter. Now, of course, because this is a Rankin Bass movie, one of the things that has to happen over the course of this time frame. Oh, and Snip and one of these Widow Snow Fairies is they're sent down, and the G slur is thrown about a little bit more. They're sent down to Earth to help out Jack Frost. In his quest, and like just kind of keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't like fuck shit up. And okay, so I have to hold on. I'm checking something real quick. Bear with me a moment. So I need to tell you about the world building in Jack Frost, okay? His wife is the first in the lineage of people that would go on to draw sex pictures with one source fucking glove. How'd you get through all this horse shit without substance abuse? Easy. I don't like substance abuse. Anyway, so also, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil something right now. Jack Frost was one of my favorites of all these movies for the longest time. Okay, so we need to talk about the bonkers world building in this. Okay, so the setting here in this destitute Eastern European village is that Kubla Kraus taxes the shit out of these people, to the point that for most of the year, they don't have any fucking money. So everyone gets really excited when winter comes around, because there's icicles that like will form on the fountain. They take the icicles and they chop them up into ice money, which they then use all winter. At least until it melts, and they're all fucking poor again. I don't know how this system of economy works. But it's incredibly bonkers when we get around to Christmas. Because, like, let's be real here, it's still ice money. Like, what the fuck kind of gifts are you gonna buy with ice money? So what they... Okay, they... So their Christmas tradition is that everybody sits around a table and they pass around an empty box and take turns pretending that whatever is in the box is the thing that they have wanted for all time in their life. And I want to emphasize that this is an absolutely insane sequence of events, but is also the most banger song in the film. It's the Christmas tradition of making calories from fucking ice and vividly hallucinating over a ritual box. Yes. But the song is... It's just what I've always wanted. And it's like I said, it's kind of a banger. Like, it's a very fun, very catchy song. And it almost makes you forget that it's people who are so fucking destitute that they have to pretend they're getting the thing that they've always wanted for Christmas. Now, Mr. Knight in Golden Armor, who is the other person that our main female character wants to just, like, fuck the soul out of, decides to go one step beyond. He hands a box over to this lady, and she's like, it's a magical wand. And he's just like, no, it's an actual like you could open it. I got you an actual present. And it's like a very nice rose. I can't even make a joke about that. The rose is just out of my sphere. And he proposes to her, and it's like, we will be wed with the first spring bloom. So let me go ahead and talk about Kubla Kraus real quick, because there's so much to get through here. Again, the world building in this movie is fucking bonkers. So Kubla Kraus is a man who lives all by himself. He has a legion of clockwork knights called his Knights. And he has a coal-powered horse whose name is... Hold on. Clang Stomper. And his closest confidant is a puppet that he uses. You think Knights is short for Cossack Knights? No, it's Kehnights. It's just, you pronounce Knights but with the K. His puppet's name is Dommy, which is supposed to be just the funny way of pronouncing dummy with like his very thick accent. Which becomes very funny when the Groundhog describes later on how Jack Frost is able to perfectly replicate Kubla Kraus's Dommy voice. And I had to stop the movie there because I'm just like, okay, hold on a second. You can't just fucking say that. There's so much shit in these movies that it's just like modern parlance and vocabulary has evolved so much over the decades that it's just like, I hear something like that, and I'm just like, you can't fucking say that. So, Jack Frost, Snips, and the Lil Gal are all captured by Kubla Kraus, and they had to go fight him because he kidnapped the girl with the intention to marry her. Her knight in golden armor goes to save her, and he does pretty good. He takes a hit, but like he manages to rescue her and get her back to the village. Meanwhile, Jack Frost and his friends get fucking captured, and they just kind of fucking forget about them. Up until the point where it's just like, oh, I wish I could have invited Jack Snips to the wedding. It's just like, you left him to be captured by Kubla Kraus. So, Jack Frost, is sitting in the dungeon, and he's just like, hey, I know what I can do here. And he calls out to Father Winter to return him to his sprightly form. And he completely freezes over all of Kubla Kraus's castle. Hey, why doesn't the knight in golden armor, I don't know, fucking sell his gold armor? He doesn't have to. He's not poor. He's not actually poor. He's doing pretty well for... He trained with King Arthur. Like... He probably has, like, a lordship waiting for him. He's not gonna help the town. That would be silly. So he's returned to his sprightly form, and he freezes the fuck out of Kubla Kraus's entire castle. But uh-oh, winter is ending. So, Father Winter's just like, I mean, like, once winter ends, our dominion over this land will end as well, and he'll thaw out and be free to just completely fuck over everybody else. The Russian trade with King Arthur of Albion, the true king of Brittany? Yes. So this is where Jack Frost goes to pretend to be Pardon Me Pete's shadow and, like, manages to get 6 more weeks of winter so that he can keep Kubla Kraus's castle frozen. Is he not mortal? He's frozen to death. Don't worry about it. His frostbite is fucking liberty. So the 6 weeks go by, and Jack Frost is like, fuck, my time's up. Wait, I still have till the end of winter, right? Send me back. And he goes back, he manages to defeat Kubla Kraus and kick him out of his own castle, just like, ha, my castle now I've got a house. Ooh, I got gold here. This is several bags worth. And then he sees Clank Stompers, just like, you count as a horse. So he's got a horse, he's got a house, and he's got gold. Just like, I just need a wife. I need to go stick my dick in something. And he rushes down to town, and he's just like, I need to confess my love to this woman. And it's just like, he finds her father. He's just like, I'm in love with your daughter. And he's just like, okay, and he's just like, He's just like, listen, my daughter loves 2 people. The Knight in Golden Armor and Jack Frost. You are neither of those people. I've never heard her talk about loving you. And he's just like, oh. Shit. And they get married and winter ends and Jack Frost goes back to being a sprite. Kind of a bittersweet ending, but like, you know. Your daughter has never met Jack Frost. How does she love him? Because he saved her. And she loves winter. Now, the good news is, because Kubla Kraus has been booted out of his own goddamn castle, the townsfolk are free to basically retrieve all of their gold and prosper once more. All you had to do was marry the damn horse, CJ. So here's the thing, okay? I like this movie. I do. It was one of my favorites as a kid. Why didn't they just break in and kick him out themselves? Because he had all the Knights. But Jack Frost was able to defeat the Knights by perfectly replicating Kubla Kraus's Dommy voice and ordering them to all walk off the cliff. I can tell you like this movie by how many times you have to stop and take a deep breath. This movie is absurd, but I kind of love it. But I recognize that it is absurd. But I also can't look over how much time it uses the G-slur. I gotta put it in C tier. Sorry, Jack Frost. I love you, man, but such is life. Next up is Pinocchio's Christmas. I'm going to be honest, I think I may have not been paying attention to this one. I don't remember it very well. It's basically just all about, like, Pinocchio wanting to get Geppetto a good Christmas present, and he gets, like, fucking tricked and swindled a bunch by, like, a guy running a puppet show and the fox and cat of Pinocchio legend. You had to give that disclaimer about the rankings before ranking Jack Frost C tier. Yeah. Honestly, I would probably put Pinocchio's Christmas in D tier. Like, it's not very notable. Oh boy, I love Lies of P. As of such an unfortunate fucking name, I swear on God. The one thing that I will say about Pinocchio's Christmas, it shows Pinocchio's... So, okay. So I should probably mention, Rankin Bass did have, like, a animated like a stop-motion animated show about Pinocchio that ran for a little while. So this is well within their wheelhouse of things to, like, adapt. But it's basically, it's adapted from parts of the Pinocchio story, but also like give it a Christmas twist. Not very many notable things about it. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this one. I didn't. It didn't come off as very memorable to me. The things that I will mention is that the fox and cat are kind of fun characters in this one to watch. I really like their dynamic. They had a pretty good song about like, I'm telling the truth, or if I'm not telling the truth, then may lightning strike me down, and then like in the background, lightning is striking the cat. The only other thing that I will say is that when they show Geppetto carving Pinocchio, he says that he's going to give him a saucy little mouth. D tier. Next up, Leprechaun's Christmas Gold. Now, you may hear a name like Leprechaun's Christmas Gold and think, oh, is this like a combination St. Patrick's Day Christmas movie? And no, it's not. It is explicitly a Christmas movie. Would you believe it's based on a song? If you say no, you haven't been paying attention. Leprechaun's Christmas Gold is primarily based on a song called Christmas in Killarney, which is in fact sung at the end of the movie. The plot of the Leprechaun's Christmas Gold is there's a guy who is on a boat, and the captain is just like, yo, we're gonna be on this boat for Christmas, and I got a fucking tradition where I like to set up a Christmas tree on the boat. I need you to go over to that island over there, get me one of them pine trees. So he goes over to the island, and there's like a pine tree right on the beach. Don't ask me why there's a pine tree on the beach. It seems like a very awful place for a pine tree to be. So he's digging around this tree and trying to like just uproot the fucking thing because he doesn't have anything to cut it with. And nearby is a group of leprechauns who are watching him do this. He's just like, oh god, he's gonna fucking pull the tree up. We gotta do something. We gotta stop him. He's gonna pull the fucking tree up. He pulls the tree up and unleashes a banshee. And it's just like, well, shit. And he turns around and his boat's gone. And he's just like, oh, well, that sucks. He looks up at the sky and there's a rainbow, so he decides to follow the rainbow, as all good little Irish boys would. Banshee was the spirit of the corpse. See? I was right. And he finds a secret lair full of leprechaun gold. And in there, he meets a... Oh god, what the fuck is his name? Hold on. He meets a leprechaun whose name is... Oh shit, what's his fucking name? In the night, dream delight, I want to see you smile. Blarney Killarney is his name. His name is Blarney Killarney, and he explains that this is his gold, and he tells his backstory where he what is it? He came from a long line of gold mining leprechauns. And they lived alongside a line of shoemaking leprechauns. And he eventually marries the daughter of the shoemaking leprechauns, and they kind of combine their industries. One day, there's a banshee. He's just like, yo, give me your gold. Because apparently, if a banshee doesn't have any gold by Christmas morning, they will dissolve into tears, because they are beings who are made of tears, so they're like constantly crying. Please, next time can you review a cinematic universe that I can digest like Land Before Time? That way I have blood in my stomach. Maybe. Anyways, so Banshee, right? So this Banshee tries to trick Blarney Killicalarney's wife into giving her the gold by becoming a guardian angel. Because here's the thing. A Banshee can't just steal gold before Christmas in order to avoid turning into tears. It has to be freely given. She can try all sorts of underhanded tricks to get people to freely give it to her, but it has to be freely given. Some shit happens, or her wife, the guy's wife is just like, you need to give this gold to my guardian angel, and the guy's just like, that wasn't a guardian angel, that was the fucking Banshee. And there's this big old to-do about this, that, and the other thing. And they eventually go their separate ways. Fucking such a high rate of divorce between leprechauns. There's a couple other things that like, I don't remember this one particularly well either. But there's a couple other things that happen, and... Oh, hold on. Yes, continue watching. Rapidly flipping through my notes on the Old Irish Fae to see if banshees are actually in some way made of tears. Also add, so I won't hear a response unless you respond in 1 minute-ish. Let me know what you find. Emoji. So, what was I fucking saying? Okay. So, the Banshee ends up turning into a beautiful girl who seduces the sailor boy and convinces him to give her some of the gold. And she's just like, yeah. And this is where I kind of, I was reading not the Wikipedia page, because there isn't a Wikipedia page for this one, actually. I was reading the TV tropes page for this. And under Nightmare Fuel, they listed the face that she makes just before turning back into a Banshee as being the scariest thing in the film and absolutely terrifying. And it's just like, it's not. It's actually kind of boring how, like, not scary it is. I found nothing. They screamed to portend death. Okay, then they were just making shit up. Sometimes to cause it. And this was where, like, I took to Twitter and was just like, is TV tropes just run by absolute babies? And then also mentioned that I am scared of the abominable snow monster from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, so take what I determined to be A's babies with a grain of salt. Something happens. She doesn't get the Christmas gold in time, and she turns into tears. Blarney Killicalarney reconciles with his wife and family because they finally realize that he was telling the truth about the Banshee. And everybody has a fun Christmas in Killarney, which is where they use the song. It's D tier. Someone pointed out when I posted about the fact that I was watching all these movies on co-host that this one is kind of fucked up because the Banshee doesn't actually. So is that kid trapped? No, he gets off the island. His boat shows back up. This one's kind of fucked up because the Banshee's not really guilty of anything in this movie except wanting some gold so that she doesn't fucking dissolve into tears. Like, that's her worst crime, is that she's trying to trick people into giving her gold. But, like, otherwise, like, based on the lore given in the movie, they don't give any sort of reason for why we wouldn't want the Banshee to survive past Christmas. So it kind of comes off as maybe a little bit fucked up that they're so adamant that this Banshee not be given any fucking gold, not even like a single coin of it. Her vibes are rancid. That's true. You're right. And you should say it. But like otherwise it's just like what's the point of this? So D tier. There aren't any bangers here, unfortunately. Blarney Killicalarney is kind of a funny name. Next up, The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. So this one is based on a book. L plus ratio plus no gold plus no bitches plus unscary face plus dissolve into tears, idiot. Life and Adventures of Santa Claus is based on a book. This is not the only adaptation of this story. There is a traditionally animated adaptation, and there's also apparently an anime? There's an anime series based on this story? This was one of the last things that Rankin Bass made with this animation studio from Japan. It feels like a lot of the puppets were made for other productions, and this book goes hard into fans. So the plot of The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, it is a retelling of a new origin for Santa. This has nothing to do with the canon that is established, starting with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, ending with Jack Frost, right? Has nothing to do with any of that. It is entirely its own thing because it's based specifically on a book. But the plot of it is that there's a council of immortals that are all meeting up to decide whether or not to grant Santa the mantle of immortality. Because Santa has been doing his Santa shit for about 60 years now, and he's about to fucking die. I swear to God, hearing that reminds me of the animated Jungle Book I saw when I was young that was not the Disney one. It has a scene where I think Mowgli was straight up run down by Shere Khan and speared in the chest as he charges. Speared him in the chest, charges, something like that. I never found it again since becoming an adult. I remember seeing a movie called Aladdin's Magic Carpet Ride, which doesn't have a magic carpet in it, but apparently it's like a more accurate retelling of Aladdin, of the story of Aladdin. That was released to capitalize on the Disney one. And I just remember that, like, one of these days I gotta go back and find that one. Because I don't remember it being good. But, like, I know I'm gonna watch it, and it's gonna be like, oh, this is the weirdest fucking nostalgia I've ever felt. Hold on, I gotta fucking reset my hat here. I didn't tie my hair back for this stream. Anyways, so Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. So, Council of Immortals all meeting to discuss whether or not they should grant Santa Claus the mantle of immortality. They go over his life. He has a friend who is a sound, like he's a fairy of sound or something. His best friend is a lion named Shiagra. He's harassed by these, like, horrible orc creatures that can turn invisible and don't want him, like, delivering toys to kids because they're the ones that cause children's misery across the world. No, he's best friends with, like, this weird elf creature. Like, you can see... Hold on. This fucking thing. This fucking thing right here to the left of him. He's like this weird elf creature that his whole thing is that he can communicate with anything by, like, making sounds. It's weird. He's not my favorite character. Sounds like it's based off a myth that our culture just isn't familiar with. Like, really just sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Again, this is a book. This is a book that was written and they adapted. But, like, he's raised by fairies, and then, like, he wants to make toys for children, and, like, the whole thing happens with, like, going down chimneys, and deciding to do one trip a year, and the Immortals have like all-out war with these ogre creatures in order to protect Santa's deliveries. It's kind of wild, actually. I feel like if I saw that fucking thing in my house, I would kill it with a gun. I don't remember this one having musical numbers in it, honestly. Not off the top of my head, but like, it's honestly kind of boring. Like, I wouldn't say it's like F tier level, but like, this is definitely like a D tier one. Like, I don't really have anything interesting to say about this one. It's just like a fantasy story about they grant him immortality in the end. He is now the immortal Santa Claus. Like, it's just, I think part of the disappointment comes from like, it's the last stop motion Christmas special that Rankin Bass ever did, and it has absolutely no connection to any of their previous Christmas specials. I don't even think Mickey Rooney is Santa in this one. I think it's who they got to play Gollum in the Gollum game. Alright, so now we're getting into the era of sequels to Rankin Bass specials made by other companies. There is, of the 5 movies we have left, there's only one that is actually still made by Rankin Bass. Our first one is Frosty Returns. I think the animation studio that did this one is the one that did a lot of, like, the Charlie Brown specials. Because, like, all the character designs are very Charlie Brown-esque, and so is the animation. The animation's really nice. For some reason, the special is told by a very small man who, like, is whisked away by the wind regularly and flew in on a snowflake. But, like, he looks like... Okay. That you told me that bit of trivia tonight, which I know which one this is. Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. But like I wanna just express that this is not like a whimsical looking ferryman. This guy looks like he could be like your neighbor who like knows carpentry and like built a deck last summer. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, I suppose I could probably... Let me go find, like, a... Can I find, like, a picture? Frosty Returns narrator.
In a dream we can do everything we want.
Okay, hold on. Let me...
Nowhere I'd rather be, but here with you.
Let me get this.
Stars above like the way.
My neighbor who knows carpentry. Jesus? I was either gonna be a very regular man guy or a nightmare demon that eats teeth right out of your mouth. No in between.
I found the one I've been
Okay, okay. Let me fucking show you this guy. He's just a guy. He's just a dude. He's just some guy, but he's incredibly small. Like, he's just really tiny. And he's voiced by Jonathan Winters. I've seen this man at a fireworks store. Kalen Charlie Brown. It's the Erd Tree Charlie Brown. Okay, we gotta get this fucking man off my screen. Okay. Okay. So the story of this one is that there's a snow day and all of the kids are singing about how much they fucking love snow and how excited they are for like a winter festival that's coming up. And all of the adults are singing about how much they fucking hate having to shovel snow. And what better conditions for Frosty to just kind of fucking show up for no reason, I guess. He shows up because it's just like, oh, it's winter, Frosty's here, hooray!
You are the one I've
And then one of the parents of the main character. I should mention at this point that, like, okay, so this little girl is trying to, like, practice her magic act for the Winter Festival. And her friend is very, like, science focused. And she's just like, I can't go out in the snow. I have to practice my magic act. And he's just like, come on, come out into the snow. It's excellent packing. Let's go outside and build a fertility goddess. Actual fucking line in the movie! Like, what the fuck? Like, I heard that. I'm just like, a what? I don't know if there's anybody home that's trying to sleep or not. It's like a Saturday night, so probably not. Somehow they managed to beat you, ruined Christmas with your opinions. It's an incredible line. Like, quite honestly, it's fantastic, and it's absolutely fucking hilarious. Because it just caught me off guard. I'm just like, hold on. Run that back one more time for me. And build the big come idol with me, my friend. And she says maybe later. So Frosty shows up. Now, this little girl's mom is like, hey, check out this new product on the market. It's called Summer Wheeze. And it's a little spray bottle, and she sprays it at snow, and it disappears. Now, Frosty's not super happy about this, as you can probably guess. He sings a song about how fucking cool snow is. This fucking sorcerer is going to attempt to assassinate these children too? No, instead, this time it is a businessman. The guy who runs the company that makes Summer Wheeze. And he's voiced by... Oh god, you know, I've heard the voice actor. I think he's in the Marvelous... What is it called? The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack? He's like the captain guy? He's that voice actor? And he's talking about, like, how much he fucking hates snow, and he's going to be really glad... Knuckles, yes. It's that voice actor. He's playing this, this terrible businessman. And he's talking about how much he fucking hates snow, and how he's so happy to be, like, making... Also, Frosty's voiced by John Goodman in this one, by the way. And he's really excited to be making this thing called Summer Wheeze that just dissipates snow instantly. There's a couple times over the course of the special that people bring up, like, hey, this might be bad for the environment, but they never expand on that. And it's just like, yeah, you know what? An aerosol spray can that can, like, dissolve snow in seconds. I have to imagine that something in that is probably not good for the ozone layer. And, like, his main thing is that he wants everybody to love him for this, like, quick snow solution so that they will crown him king at the Winter Festival, which he believes will give him the actual divine right of kings over the town. Which might be the dumbest motivation I think I've ever heard in my life, but, you know. Whatever. The animation's a little wild in this one. Like, it's almost like too fluid at times, where people just like keep moving. But eventually, like, it gets to the Winter Festival, and I forget what happens with, like, I feel like there was something with Frosty's hat where he's just like, oh, we need to stop that snowman, go steal his hat or whatever, to his, like, cat or something. And they get to the Winter Festival, and the little girl makes a very impassioned speech about how, like, no, snow is really cool, and we should love it. Here, check out this dope-ass snowman. And Frosty's just like, hey, guys. Everyone's just like, what? Okay, Frosty the Snowman is the king of the Winter Festival. And then because they have to redeem the villains, like, they're just like, hey, man, Do you want to go for a ride in the sleigh? You can wear the crown and cape if you want. He's just like, okay. And then Frosty fucks off to go find more children to cheer up. That's the end of Frosty Returns. C tier. Fine. I think it's okay, honestly. Hey Gage, how cool is snow in Texas? Last time it snowed, people died. So not that cool. Like, it was cool to see snow, but our governor sucks. And won't allow us to, like, tap into, like, the same power infrastructure that the rest of the country uses, because we have to be independent for some reason. The snow golem must ensorcel the young to maintain its sense of self. You joke, but we haven't gotten to Legend of Frosty the Snowman yet. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that happened. I was talking about the part where everyone forgets how to drive and there's two snow trucks in the state. There's that too. But I got to wear a scarf. That was really, really nice. I like wearing scarves. You're free though. Don't you feel free? You kidding me? That was supposed to be a bit. We'll get to it. Our next movie is actually the last Rankin Bass film that was ever released. Last Rankin Bass special. And true to form, they went out on a Christmas special. This one's called Santa Baby. It's a 2D animated special that is notable for actually having a primarily African-American cast. Including Eartha Kitt playing a cat named Emerald. And it's, you know, okay, so I kind of like this one. I like this one to a point, and I'll get to that. But the basic plot of this is that there is this takes place in New York City, in a particular part of New York City that is a little lacking on Christmas cheer, let's say. And in this part of New York City lives a guy who is a songwriter for a living. And he is stressed out because he's being asked to deliver a new song for Christmas. And he keeps getting told by, like, his producer, just like, you gotta make it more about, like, this new hotness on the scene called street beat. And he's stressing the fuck out about this. His loving wife, who is just the most patient woman in the goddamn world, just based on this movie, let me tell you. What did you say this one's called again? Santa Baby. Bear with me. Santa Baby comes up once in this movie. Just as a, and it's not the song that he writes, for the record. So she's just like, hey, take a moment, take a break, go spend some time with your daughter. She just got home, and his daughter helps out with this animal shelter that is constantly getting harassed by, like, a superintendent of the area, because he wants those animals, like, out of the building. He's just like, okay, are you going to allow people to keep pets? And he's just like, no. And he's like, then they will stay in my store. And it's such a weird mishmash of animals. There's a chameleon, there's a pig, there's a baby reindeer, there's a dog. Oh god, there's something else. I can't fucking remember. Whatever. Don't worry about it right now. It's not important. But so this little girl is trying to help get these animals adopted. But, like, everybody in the area is kind of, like, mean and angry and stressed out. So it's not really in a good environment for fomenting sympathy for animals. So he goes to hang out with his daughter. It's just like, hey, hey baby, how are you? How are you? How was your day? And she's like, great, I got this new album from this band called Street Beat. You want to listen to it with me? And my guy is just like, oh, everybody wants me to make songs like Street Beat. I don't want to make songs like Street Beat. And she's sitting there just like, I didn't ask you to make, I can't do this right now, I'm leaving. And it's just like, ooh, okay man, you are letting your stress poison your relationship with your daughter. Someone needs to learn them a lesson. And in that moment, who shows up to this poor little girl but a bird named Melody, who describes herself as being the partridge from the pear tree. Now, this isn't just some sort of like fun little bit of flavor text. Melody is magic. She can summon items from the song The 12 Days of Christmas to like help her in her work, which is granting wishes. But it's not just like an easy sort of just like your wish is granted. Like work needs to be done. So she shows up to this little girl and she's like, I can grant your wish. And the little girl's just like, I wish my dad could write a new song for Christmas. He seems really stressed out. And she's just like, are you sure you don't want like a toy or something? And she's like, nah, I want to help my dad. Imagine being able to summon 12 fucking drummers at will. I think she does that, actually, at one point in the movie. She does summon 11... Is it... Which one's the Piper's Piping? She summons the Piper's Piping, and a bunch of trombones burst out of a closet to wake up the father. Because he's trying to sleep in. She also summons the Maids of Milk, and don't worry about that, though. Basically what she ends up doing is she ends up tasking this guy with doing a number of things to try and improve the community, including taking donations. Hey, hon. I'm talking about Santa Baby. How are you? How was Hot Pot? Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Gage, what are the maids for, Gage? Milking. So she tasks him with like a bunch of like essentially chores to help out the neighborhood, like cleaning up the park, going out and dressing up as a Santaman and taking donations. I love the nightly Natalie cameo. I like hearing you two be gay for a sec. You're welcome. And basically just kind of improving things all around. There's a point where like the daughter is out walking all of the animals from the animal shelter, and like he's out, I want to say, collecting coats for a coat drive, and she ties the animals to the shopping cart he has just as a bit. And when he grabs onto it, they all take off, and he's like hanging on to the cart. This is important for later that I mention this. So he doesn't understand at all why he's doing any of this. And Melody, are you two playing or fighting? I think they're playing. The stars above like the way only for you. There's no like fight noise. I'm so glad I found the one I've been looking for. Oh my god, Raggy just mantled over Mitty. That was wild. Okay. Okay, so where was I? So eventually this superintendent guy, whose name is, I think, Mr. Sweet, he gets so fed up with, oh, hold up. Also, I think of this loot, the Christmas Night soundtrack is the most repeated Christmas song I've heard this year. You're welcome. He gets so fed up with this, like, pet shop, that he decides to, like, fuck with their water pressure, which causes it to flood. And they all need to, like, evacuate the fucking store. Like, they almost die. He almost kills all these animals. The father is so frustrated with not being able to figure out, like, why he's doing all this stuff, why any of this matters, and he's not able to write a song, and he's trying to write something, and his producer hates it. And then he sees that there is this little kitty cat that was one of the animals that managed to escape, or after it, that got out after the animals managed to escape from the pet store, is like up on top of this roof in danger of falling down. So he climbs up onto this roof to rescue it, and he does. And like everybody's just like, and the superintendent is just like, he's just like, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. It's just like, my guy, you fuck with the water pressure. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? And everyone who have been sufficiently infused with Christmas cheer, because the father has been working tirelessly to improve the community, they all band together to rebuild the pet shop. And it is in this moment that he figures out his song about, like, the beauty of community at Christmas. And he manages to write it, and the wish is granted. Now, for the record, Santa Baby came up earlier in the film when he was really embarrassed about being seen in a Santa outfit outside taking donations, and his wife showed up, and she recognized him almost immediately, so she started singing Santa Baby to him. That's where the connection is, but that's the only time that it's used in the movie. So here's where the movie loses me. So everything up to that point, like, I'm a bitch who loves a good dad narrative. Like, they always make me emotional. So everything up to this point, like, I genuinely liked all of this. Here's where the movie loses me. Melody whisks them away to a mysterious, like, cabin in the middle of a wintry wonderland. And they walk inside, and who's in there but Santa Claus? But uh-oh, Santa Claus got an injury. And he's not going to be able to do his rounds this year. So this is where Melody reveals that what she was actually doing in her capacity as the partridge from the pear tree is she was going out to find somebody to be a substitute Santa for the year. And that everything that this guy has been doing this entire time has been preparing him to take over for Santa for the year. And what follows is kind of like a slapstick, whoa, we're going so fast, we're delivering presents, just over the course of, like, the last, like, 5 minutes of the movie. And it really just feels like it comes out of fucking nowhere. And, like, I don't know, like, this could have been, like, just like a fun little movie about a guy kind of, like, realizing what's actually important, like, at this time, with, like, some fun musical numbers and, like, a little bit of, like, you know, fun, barely explained Christmas magic. But, like, then we had to, like, do this whole thing where it's just like, oh, actually, you're substituting for Santa this year, good luck. And I feel like that just kind of makes it fall apart a little bit. That being said, like, even if I do feel like that kind of undermines the movie a bit in the end, I will say I do still like the bulk of this movie. And I would say B tier. It's pretty good, save for the bit at the end where it just sort of loses me. Everything else before it is genuinely, like, really nice. And it's a really nice story. I appreciate this literary critique, but did the chameleon get adopted? Yes, all of the animals got adopted in the end. actually, since you mention it. Even the pig. Okay. We have to talk about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Island of Misfit Toys now. So Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Island of Misfit Toys is a direct sequel to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which means that a lot of the characters in that movie that we haven't seen in any of the other Christmas movies, save for a small cameo of Clarice and Rudolph Frost's July, are back for this one. This one was animated in CG in the early 2000s for a TV special. I cannot begin to tell you how much this movie is so ugly. Like, it's to the point, I'm not even scared of the abominable snow monster in this one. He just looks like shit. Like, I mean, chalk one up for, like, practical effects, I guess? Where it's just, like, the puppet still scares me. Like, Beast Wars ugly? Like, oh god, I wish I had fucking watching Beast Wars. Beast Wars at least has, like, care put into it. This just felt like a cash grab. Okay. So this movie is narrated by a snowman reporter for the only newspaper in the North Pole, who is voiced by Richard Dreyfuss. I'm going to go ahead and let that sit for a second, because that's not the first ridiculous revelation I'm going to give you. So the story of this one is that Rudolph is hailed as a hero, but, like, he's kind of resenting the hero title, because, like, it's the only thing that anyone cares about with him. Like, people will run up to him just like, do the nose thing. And he's kind of starting to resent his nose a little bit. So he's discussing this and with his buddy Hermie, who is now a doctor. He's a DDS. He's a dentist. Okay, I want to go ahead and just point out that, like, Hermie was given so much shit for wanting to be a dentist in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The North Pole has an Academy of Dental Sciences. Like, there's an institution. My boy here was ruthlessly mocked for something that is apparently totally normal enough in the area that they have a fucking university for it. Sentence that needs to be preserved in chat. Wait till you hear the next thing I say. It's run by the Tooth Fairy. The Tooth Fairy. Who Hermie has a crush on. Like, okay, in the grander pantheon of these movies, the Tooth Fairy running the Academy of Dental Sciences in the North Pole, I kind of like that. I kind of like that as a little thing. It is weird that he has a crush on her. Tooth Fairy running dental school. Okay. So one thing that's kind of neat about this movie is that Clarice has a much bigger role. She's actually training to potentially be on the flight team, and she's getting flight lessons from Rudolph. And she's starting to get pretty good at it. Hermie is contacted by an envoy from the Island of Misfit Toys. Because their king needs some dental work done. So he and Rudolph head on off to do that. Now, meanwhile, there is a mysterious, shadowy figure going around stealing toys from children. And he's got his eyes set on not just the children of the world, but also Santa's workshop and the Island of Misfit Toys. Child has a crush on the head principal. It is an academy, so like we're talking, he's a DDS. The man has a medical degree. It's a college. Everyone is of age. Is there a power imbalance dynamic? Yes. Don't worry about it. So here's the next bombshell for you. The Toy Taker is voiced by Rick Moranis. We're going to let that one sit for just a moment. And we're going to start the music back up because it just fucking... Come on, man. I got to get this guy off the screen. Get out of here. Weird fucking little man. There we go. Darth helmet. Yes. Did you have to, like, think for a second to remember, like, a notable Rick Moranis role? Yeah, I know Rick Moranis' other things, the only antagonist role I had to think of. What has Rick Moranis been in? Fair enough, fair enough. He was in Ghostbusters, and Ghostbusters 2. And a insurance commercial? He's just a fucking wet sock of a man in all his roles. He's a wet sock of a man. Affectionately. Okay, so... trying to remember what the order of operations in this fucking movie is, because I think... So a genuinely funny joke in this movie is that when they get to the Island of Misfit Toys, they're introduced to a boomerang who doesn't come back. And to demonstrate this, he throws himself over the ocean. And true to form, he doesn't come back. Remember this. It will come up later. So everybody's here for this one. We've got Rudolph, we've got Clarice, Hermie, Yukon Cornelius is back, the Abominable Snow Monster is there. Basically, like, all the toys get kidnapped from Santa's workshop, and then the Toy Taker goes to... At some point, they end up in this one kingdom. I think, what is it? Rudolph is looking for a way to douse his nose for good. So they suggest going to this one island that is ruled over... What the fuck is her name? Hold on. Rudolph and the Island of Misfit Toys. So King, what's the fucking griffin's name again? King Moonracer. After he gets his root canal from Hermie, he suggests, or no, a storm ends up sending Rudolph and Hermie to a place called Castaway Cove. And there is a hippopotamus named Queen Camilla. Who is voiced by Jamie Lee Curtis. Gonna let that one sit for just a moment.
In a dream we can do.
So those are the only three, like, major, like, those are the three big celebrity voice actors that they got for this. For taking every blow on the chin. So Queen Camilla says, "Oh, I can totally make your nose normal." And she also tells Hermie that she can get him a date with the Tooth Fairy. None of this fucking matters. Yukon Cornelius, Rudolph, and Hermie and the Abominable Snow Monster hatch a plan to pretend to be toys so that the toy taker will take them onto his fucking blimp or whatever. So that they can rescue all of the other toys and find out where he's taking them. So they do that. The Abominable Snow Monster can't get sucked up through the hose because he's too fucking huge. So he just kind of like follows on an ice flow. Yukon Cornelius gets into a fight on top of the blimp with the toy taker. And it's in this moment that the boomerang that doesn't come back returns to the movie and just fucking nails the toy taker in the head. Which, again, single best joke in the film, quite frankly. A bunch of stuff happens. It turns out that the toy taker is actually a teddy bear that feels like he was abandoned by his boy. We get a worse version of When She Loved Me from Toy Story 2, that sort of sequence. And then Santa's just like, hey man, I happen to know for a fact that your kid does miss you and has been looking for you for years. So they fix this guy up. They bring this guy to Queen Camilla, who's just like, yeah, I can fix you up right quick. She fixes him up. He gets sent back to the boy that lost him and is given to this guy's kid. The humans look terrifying, by the way. True to form for early CG animation. And everyone lives happily ever after. Rudolph learns to love his nose. Clarice manages to like learn to fly in a just like she gets good at flying, like really good at it. Good for her. And Queen Camilla's just like, hey, do you still want me to unglow your nose permanently? And Rudolph's just like, nah, I'm good. And then Hermie fucks the Tooth Fairy. The end. Fucking F tier. This movie sucks. This movie sucks so bad. I hate it. It's the worst. It's awful. It looks bad. I didn't even get to talk about how, like, okay, so in the Rankin Bass stop motion specials, it's like a piece of construction paper making up like the pupil in Rudolph's eye. And it's just like a big eye, and it's charming, and it looks cute. It's a full pupil and iris combo in this one. So like whenever they do a close-up on him, you can see like the human iris in Rudolph's big fuck-off eye, and it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Yeah, to end with that last gut punch. Yes, I did. Alright. Legend of Frosty the Snowman. Okay, so this one is about a... Okay. So this one is about a town that is very, 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 very strict on rules. Like, everyone is expected to follow curfew to the letter. The father of the family in the movie rewards his sons based off their knowledge of like rules and dinner etiquette and things like that. And it's basically just like very, very rigid society. And then one day, Frosty's hat is released from a Foot Locker, and he just decides, yeah, we're gonna fuck with this a little bit. Frosty in this is voiced by Bill Fagerback, who you may know best as the voice of Patrick Star. And boy howdy, he sure just sounds like Patrick Star in this one. Okay, but where's A Crazy Night? Venom Lad, this is Rankin Bass, okay? The voice of Sans Undertale, exactly. 8 Crazy Nights is not Rankin Bass, Venom. Sorry. So, Frosty starts appearing to all the kids around town and teaching them about whimsy and fun. And what this has, the effect that this has, is that it causes the society in the town to fucking fall apart. And kids start like acting out at school, and there's like rumors going around like, oh, he broke curfew. And Frosty starts showing up to like more and more kids and like getting them to like break the rules and stuff like that for the purpose of having fun. But he doesn't show up to like the main kid. Now the main kid doesn't necessarily need Frosty to show up for him. Like, he seems to be getting by and sort of like investigating things on his own just fine. And he goes down to a restricted section of the library where he finds an old comic book talking about the origin of Frosty the Snowman. And this is kind of an interesting thing here. It is a different origin for Frosty the Snowman, where a magician asks his son to go pick up his hat from the shop. And he does so, but he loses the hat, and the hat lands on a snowman, which becomes Frosty. And what's interesting about this is the magician in this flashback is Professor Hinkle from the original Frosty the Snowman animated special. Like, it's him. It's him. Like, they show him, and it's him. It's neat. And there's... Okay, so what happens? So Frosty builds up an entourage of kids, but like the first kid that he showed up for starts getting jealous that Frosty is hanging out with other kids that aren't him. Meanwhile, the main kid's father, who I guess is the mayor of the town, is kind of losing control of things, because as these kids start breaking more and more rules, the structure of the town starts kind of like breaking down. And not the structure, but like the like life in the town starts breaking down. Like, for some reason, the sun comes up 6 minutes later than it's supposed to. I don't know how that fucking works. As he starts kind of like losing his mind, the principal of the school, who is the villain of the movie, starts kind of like whispering in his ear, just like, hey, you should let me take care of it. You seem very stressed. Just let me take care of this. It'll be fine. So he bestows all of his power temporarily onto the principal, who goes absolutely fucking mad with power right away. So all of these kids who have met with Frosty are like wearing it as some sort of like badge of like pride, and they're like shunning the main kid who hasn't hung out with Frosty yet. But the main kid knows Frosty's whole backstory because he found this magic comic that seems to be like filling itself as it goes along with like actual ongoing events. Now, because the first kid that Frosty showed himself to is getting jealous that Frosty is hanging out with other children, the principal sees this as an opportunity to manipulate him into betraying Frosty. And a couple things end up happening. Is the fucking allegory for the story of Job? I don't fucking know. So a couple things happen in kind of rapid succession here. One, we learn that the main kid's father, the one who was like the mayor of the town prior to the principal going mad with power, is actually the boy from the backstory who was the son of Professor Hinkle, who lost the initial hat, and who has ostensibly suppressed all memories having to do with Frosty the Snowman because the principal stole Frosty's hat and locked it away, and then manipulated him into thinking that it was all just fake shit that he was making up, all make-believe. We learn that, and so by that token, the kid that we've been following this whole movie is Professor Hinkle's grandson. The first kid that met up with Frosty essentially tricks him into walking onto thin ice, which causes him to fall through the crack and like dissipate into the water. And the principal gets the hat back. I think they have to break into City Hall to retrieve the hat, if I remember correctly. But they get Frosty back, and the principal is ousted, and everybody lives happily ever after. And the father reconciles with his son, and he's just like, I'm so sorry that like I pit you and your brother against each other, and I was so strict with these rules, blah, 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 blah. Why is this rebel hole so deep for Frosty of all characters? I don't fucking know. But this is kind of a fun special. I would probably this is going to go on the B tier. This is going on the B tier. It's kind of a fun special. I like the callback to Professor Hinkle. And it's got some funny bits in it where it's just like there's one bit early on where Frosty's hat is like looking for children to fill with whimsy. And he knocks on the door of the first kid, and the mother's just like, someone's knocking at the door and it's in the middle of the night. Quick, grab the can of corn to beat them to death with, essentially. And she's like, okay, what are we going to do? And she's like, if you open the door and someone's there, I hit him with the vegetables. And his mother's just like, corn is not a vegetable. Corn is a starch. So what are you going to do? I'm going to hit him with the starch. And it's just like, good boy. It's also not CGI. No, it's 2D animated. So it's pretty enjoyable. I wouldn't like say it's like elevated in any particular way. But like I would watch this one again, I think. All right. It's now time for our final movie to rank. A Miser Brothers Christmas. Somebody at Warner Brothers recognized that the Miser Brothers were probably the best characters in the entire pantheon of Rankin Bass Christmas specials. And they're correct. They're absolutely 100% right. Love the Miser Brothers. And they decided to give them a whole-ass special. And more than that, they decided to have it legitimately stop-motion animated. Now, with that in mind, this is not stop-motion animated in the same style as the original specials, which were made in a style called Animagic. We've gone over previously how that's slightly different from like certain other stop-motion styles. All that like space on the side there is actually like, now that we're like, what, 3.5 hours into the stream? How like empty this all looks is starting to get to me. So let's zoom in. So before we get to the last movie, actually, let's go ahead and see where we're at right now. In S tier, we've got The Year Without a Santa Claus and Frosty's Winter Wonderland. A tier, we've got Frosty the Snowman and Santa Claus is Coming to Town. B tier, we've got 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, Rudolph's Shiny New Year, Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, Santa Baby, and The Legend of Frosty the Snowman. C tier, we've got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, The First Christmas, Story of the First Christmas Snow, The Stingiest Man in Town, Jack Frost and Frosty Returns. D tier, we've got Cricket on the Hearth, Little Drummer Boy Book 2, Pinocchio's Christmas, The Leprechaun's Christmas Gold, and The Life and Adventure of Santa Claus. And then the garbage F tier, we've got Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Island of Misfit Toys.
But here with you, the stars above light the way, only for you.
Miser Brothers Christmas,
I'm so glad.
like I said, is not... Like, the thing about the animagic style of stop-motion animation is that it definitely shows its age. You know, the movements are stilted. Gage, you're hesitating a lot on this one. Bear with me. The movements are stilted in Animagic. You can see strings. I've talked about how like they did like the upper lip is like just a solid bit of the like head model, and then they like have like mouths that they paste on under it for like the mouth animations. It's got a very particular look to it. It's got a very particular texture to it. Miser Brothers Christmas is not animated in that style. It's animated in a more standard stop motion style that you would see in like a stop motion movie. It also looks really good. Like, it's really good stop motion. Like, I watched this movie, and all I could think the whole time is just like, this looks really nice. Like, the animation is really good. I do actually genuinely like the character designs. The costumes, bro. The difference that decades makes in terms of like creating costumes for stop motion puppets is fully on display here. These puppets, these models look incredible. Does it feel like the old Animagic specials? Not really, but only because like this is a different kind of stop motion animated style. Now, if I remember correctly, what I read, this is... So, Mickey Rooney actually came back for this movie. He died a few years after this, but this was his final movie voicing the character of Santa Claus. They did manage to get him back, which firmly places this in the same, like, canon as the others, though there are some, like, new designs for the characters. By the way, all the designs are fucking amazing. Every character design in this is a fucking slaps. Like, I can't praise this enough. It looks incredible. It is an incredible piece of work to watch. I think they also got the voice actor for Heat Miser back, but I don't think they could... I don't know if, like, Snow Miser's voice actor died or what. But it doesn't... But, like, whatever. The voice acting is also all incredible. So I know I was hesitating along this one, but I need to stress, I really liked this one. I got the biggest smile on my face seeing Snow Miser and Heat Miser again, even if they're not like exactly like they looked in Year Without a Santa Claus. They did... Someone at this studio really liked those characters, and they, quite frankly, knocked it out of the fucking park. So here's the plot of this one. So there is a meeting of all of, like, the, I guess, like, elemental controllers or whatever around the world. Like, all the people that controlled, like, the elements of nature, right? So, you know, and it's all overseen by Mother Nature herself. She's back for this one also. She's got a new design. It looks fantastic. I can't stress enough. They fucking killed it on these character designs. Like, I was worried watching, like, some of the, like, clips for this that like I would hate the way that like their mouths moved, but like when I actually got into it, I was just like, no, this looks great actually. Like it all comes together so well. So like we see some interesting kind of characters here that like very clearly represent like certain things, but there's 3 that we're mainly concerned with. There's our boys, Snow Miser and Heat Miser, and then there's the North Wind. Now at this meeting, North Wind decides to ask a very suspicious question, just like, hey, let's say hypothetically something were to happen to Santa Claus, who would take over his responsibilities? And Mother Nature is just like, well, I mean, the North Pole is part of your domain, so, I mean, technically that would be you. And he's just like, ah, yes, cool. Just wanted to make sure we established that. Okay, carry on, carry on. One of the fun things about this movie is that, like, it's kind of hilarious. Snow and Heat Miser find every single fucking opportunity to fuck with each other that they can. Like, they're starting fights over just absolutely nothing. This sounds suspiciously like the plot to the Santa Claus 3 with Tim Allen. I've never seen that, so I don't know. So, the North Wind is the bad guy in this one. And this, I was watching this movie, and this motherfucker looks like the bad guy from Corpse Bride. Like, I was watching it, I'm just like, where have I seen this guy before? I remember. He's got the fucking chin, the massive chin and everything, and like the slicked back hair, and I just, when the way that they like show characters like losing their shit in this movie is also like really good. It's like you can tell that they were big fans of the way that like sometimes they would show like characters losing their minds in the Rankin Bass stuff and like freaking out. It's chef kiss. So his plot is Santa is going out and he's testing out this new sleigh that was developed for him by a elf engineer who is a new character who I don't remember her name. Her puppet is adorable. Like it's fantastic. Like I can't keep stopping to praise this movie because we're gonna be here all fucking day. So while he's out testing this, Snow and Heat Miser get into it again because the North Wind manipulates them into fighting each other. And they don't realize until it's too late that Santa has kind of like wandered into the path of their feud. Because this movie establishes that Snow and Heat Miser live right next to each other. So they're like constantly lobbing like icicles and fireballs at each other. It's kind of hilarious, actually. Just like, really? Right next to each other? Y'all didn't think to maybe move? So North Wind does a couple things. He goads them into taking pot shots at each other. And then sabotages this new sleigh to fall apart. So in the process, Snow and Heat Miser think that they have struck Santa's sleigh and, like, basically shot him out of the sky. Grumpy old men, but they're both mythical spirits. They don't move because they're, you know what I'm going with, Goldie's joke. Yeah, it's the Hatfields and the McCoys, but it's Snow and Heat Miser. So, Santa Claus is laid up, he fucked up his back, and North Wind's just like, haha, Santa Claus is in traction. I'm gonna be able to deliver presents this year, and then everyone will love me. His whole plan here is just because he is, like, just it's an ego trip for him. Right? Like, it's all just an ego trip. He just wants people to love him. So he's just like, I'm ready to take I'm ready to take Santa's place, everybody. It's me, the North Wind. And Mother Nature's just like, actually, no. Because Snow and Heat Miser were the ones who did this, it's going to be their responsibility to take over for Santa's work this year. And they're just like, what? So they go to the toy factory. There's somehow a small roach on top of my energy drink, so I'm probably not drinking that anymore. That also makes me hesitant to drink this other drink that I left on my desk. Or in the house. I'm not... We just moved in. So they go to the toy shop, and they're just like, get the fuck out of here, elves. And they bring all their, like, little minions that you see them have in, like, Year Without a Santa Claus. And this is where we get the Snow and Heat Miser songs again. But, like, rather than, like, oh, Snow Miser song, bit of dialogue, Heat Miser song, it's kind of like a dueling song where it's just, like, one of them sings their first, their first part of the song, and then the next one sings their first part of the song, and they just kind of go back and forth. And all the while, like, the little Snow Miser minions are making figures, like, making toys out of snow, and then, like, the Heat Miser minions are making toys out of, like, molten metal. And Snow and Heat Miser are just getting on each other's nerves and just, like, fucking with each other. And it's causing absolute havoc in the toy shop. Like, this place is a shambles because of these two. So, Mrs. Claus gets an idea. And she's like, hey, I need you two to come with me real quick. So, here in the North Pole, we've got this thing where we have a filing system to keep track of all the naughty and nice children in the world. And we have records of every nice thing they've done, every naughty thing they've done. You two have been on the naughty list in perpetuity. Constantly, every year. That's why you haven't gotten presents. And she's just like, I want to show you guys something. And she rolls back, like, she's able to bring up, like, their earliest memories as Widow Bebbies. And we get to see Widow Bebby Snow Miser, and we get to see Widow Bebby Heat Miser. And it's adorable. And it turns out that, like, their entire feud is based on a misconception. They were playing in their living room, the window was open, a fire was going. I don't know why those two things are happening at the same time. Go fucking figure. But Snow Miser's over by the fire, and an ember from the fire ends up hitting him in the back and singeing him. Meanwhile, Heat Miser's over by the window, and a snowflake drifts into the window, hits him in the back, and he's just like, ah! As a result, they both think that the other has attacked them, and this has started a lifelong feud. So Mrs. Claus shows them this and just like, wait, our entire feud is based on a misconception? And they make the determination that they're going to turn themselves around and work together to fix what they did vis-a-vis Christmas. So then we get a really nice like reprise of the Snow Miser and Heat Miser songs, where each one is singing the opposite's theme, and they're working together, and it's actually really nice. Like, it's actually, like, really nice to see. And the North Wind is seeing all this, he's just like, I can't have this. I can't have this. I need to prove that I am going to be a better Santa than Santa. So he finally gets the idea to sabotage them again. by having his little North Wind minions attach a flamethrower underneath the Santa's sleigh on one side and then a snow thrower on the other. I don't really know how it works. So that when they approach the sleigh, these things will activate. Snow Miser gets burned. Heat Miser gets chilled. And they're just like, I can't believe you would do this. And like starting to blame each other again. And everything's falling apart. And then North Wind's just like, finally, my chance. And then Santa's just like, fuck it. My back still hurts, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. He's like, no! So Santa takes off in his sleigh, and North Wind is just like, I can't have this. And he's just completely fucking lost at this point. And he starts like a hurricane to take down Santa. It's ridiculous. Like, he's just completely lost at this point. And Snow and Heat Miser, like, I think even before they know that North Wind has sabotaged them, I believe they realize just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, Santa's still going out to like deliver these toys, and like, we caused all of this. Or like, they still think, no, wait, I know what it is. I remember now. The elf engineer that built Santa's new turbo sled is like, wait a minute, this was sabotaged. And this is when, like, Snow Miser, and Heat Miser all realize, oh my god, North Wind has been fucking us over this whole time. And they're just like, we gotta go save Santa. So they go save Santa. And it's this whole sequence, and North Wind makes some great faces. And in the end, Mother Nature is just like, yeah, North Wind's gonna be doing chores for like 1,000 years after this. And Snow Miser and Heat Miser end the film on good terms. And that's A Miser Brothers Christmas. So, the one thing that keeps this from being an S tier is that it does have the absolute banger that is the Snow Miser and Heat Miser theme songs. But, like, it also has original songs, and they're not as good. Like, the only reason that, like, the Snow Miser and Heat Miser songs are, like, the best thing in the movie is because, like, it's just the song from Year Without a Santa Claus. So this is going to be A tier. I was a little surprised going into this. Like, I had been looking into stuff online with regards to just sort of, like, general thoughts on Rankin Bass movies, and it seemed like people didn't like Miser Brothers Christmas. But, like, when I actually ended up watching it, like, visually it looks great. The animation's fantastic. The puppet work is incredible. The costume designs are amazing. The characters... there's flashbacks to, like, their feud over the years where, like, they're wearing the old outfits and have the old designs from Year Without a Santa Claus. It's kind of adorable. And I really like the working together reprise of the Miser Brothers themes. It's all pretty good. And the voice actors do solid work. You know, it's a little sad to think that this was Mickey Rooney's final performance as Santa Claus, but, like, God, what a performance, you know? What a movie to go out on. Rest in peace, Mickey Rooney, I guess. I don't know if he's done anything shitty, so I don't know if I shouldn't be saying that. But, yeah, whatever. Rest in peace, Mickey Rooney. And that is the Rankin Bass tier list. So let's take one last look at it here. For our S ranks, we've got The Year Without a Santa Claus, we got Frosty's Winter Wonderland. Both just absolute bangers of films. Well, he hasn't recently done it. Yeah, because he died. But both absolute bangers of films. Year Without a Santa Claus, full of fantastic music. Obviously, was the movie the Miser Brothers premiered in, and they are just like some of the best characters in any of these films. Frosty's Winter Wonderland. I love the scrunkly fucking Jack Frost. Crystal's really good as a character. There's a lot of like funny shit happening in that movie where it's just like, hey, how are snowmen brought to life? Magic hats, gifts given with love, the Bible. A tier, Frosty the Snowman. Just absolutely solid special. Like it's one of the classics. I don't have anything in it that I really find any sort of fault with. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Again, an absolute classic, has some banger music in it. And I think it's just like the fact of the matter is, Year Without a Santa Claus, like every single fucking song in that is a hit. Santa Claus is Coming to Town has maybe like one or has a couple. It's got the first Toy Makers to the King, No More Toy Makers to the King, and One Foot in Front of the Other. Some of the other songs are good too, but like I wouldn't say they're notable. Miser Brothers Christmas, beautiful movie to watch. Really fun designs and like plots, and it's just somebody at Warner Brothers was just like, we have to bring the Miser Brothers back. We have to do more with the Miser Brothers. B tier, Night Before Christmas, Rudolph Shiny New Year, Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, Santa Baby, Legend of Frosty Snowman, all perfectly fine films. I like them all. Some of these I would watch again, others I probably wouldn't watch Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July again, just because it's an hour and a half long. But like, they've got some cool shit in them. And like, I really enjoyed watching them. C tier, they're okay. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, even... hold on. One of the classics, yeah, so is Rudolph, you damn fish. I gotta say, I do appreciate Snow Miser's old scrungly teeth that the new movie doesn't have. Yeah. I want to watch the 4th of July Christmas special, not gonna lie. It's pretty alright. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is a classic, but I would also argue it's the earliest one in this list, and it definitely feels like they hadn't kind of, like, come into their own. Like, it shows its age. Like, even if we don't like factor in the fact that the Abominable Snow Monster scared the shit out of me as a kid, it definitely shows its age, and like later movies have like better puppet work, and just like it doesn't feel like they really kind of like got into their groove yet. Personally, you're just afraid of the fucking Sasquatch. Look, these are my opinions, which also happen to be objectively correct. First Christmas, Story of the First Christmas Snow, beautiful puppet work, but like, you know, it's kind of a dull-ish, like, Bible-focused movie. Stingiest Man in Town, it's fine. Jack Frost is just absolutely fucking buck wild world building in this movie. It's just like, I don't even... Jack Frost is one of those, is one where it's just, I don't even know where to fucking start with you, my guy. Frosty Returns, it's mostly nostalgic affinity that I have for this movie, but like, it just kind of starts and ends, you know? D tier, Cricket on the Hearth, stiff animation, boring story. Little Drummer Boy Book 2, very dour, like, Christmas, like, birth of Jesus Christ stories with, like, only one banger song between the two of them. Pinocchio's Christmas, again, kind of a nothing movie, honestly, where it's just like there's just he gave the puppet a saucy little mouth. Oh, I almost forgot. The fucking puppet guy that like press gangs Pinocchio into his show has a puppet that he makes Pinocchio think is like a real person. And that puppet gets turned into a real human child before Pinocchio does by the Blue Fairy. It's fucking weird. Leprechaun's Christmas Gold. It's a Leprechauns. It's Christmas. Life and Adventure of Santa Claus. Again, kind of weird. A lot of the puppets feel like they were like leftovers from like canceled projects that they never made. It's just like, let's just use this for this. F tier. Nestor the fucking long-eared Christmas donkey. Who the fuck is this guy? Like, just, it's such a weird... Like, they just make fucking movies out of any goddamn songs released in the 70s. Whatever. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on the Island of Misfit Toys. This movie looks like shit. The story sucks. What were they thinking? It's a boatload of ass. Who the fuck is this? This Nestor the fucking long-eared Christmas donkey, you hag. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. I enjoyed putting it together. From the moment I decided that I wanted to do this to now, like, it's been a ride, honestly. And I have so much nostalgia for a lot of these, and there's others that I have absolutely no nostalgia for, and then there's others that I just fucking hate. But it was a lot of fun going back and like watching some of these, seeing some of the ones that I hadn't seen yet, and like judging them with like fresh eyes. Getting to see A Miser Brothers Christmas finally was a treat. Rewatching Year Without a Santa Claus. Just reminding myself of how fucking weird Jack Frost gets. It was a fun process to go through, and I am glad that I stuck with it and was able to like power through and make this tier list. That's going to be it for today. I want to thank everybody for coming by the stream. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. If you enjoyed the stream, you can subscribe here on Twitch. We have special emotes for subscribers. You can also follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, and co-host at AcidXShark. That's AcidXShark, where I post all the streams as they happen. You can also follow me on YouTube at AcidXShark, where I post all the streams after they happen. Art for the stream, art used in the thumbnail was done by my friend JCAD. You can find on Twitter at Dandy Mahwin. That's DandyMathuin. Fantastic artist. I recommend checking his stuff out. He's also on co-host as well. VTuber was done by Audrey and B of Team Catpool. You can find on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, and co-host at Team Catpool. That's TeamCatple. They also do fantastic work. They are open for commissions. Use their commission form. Don't email them. They'll email you. Don't DM them. If you do DM them, don't be weird. Please don't be weird to my friends. We will make fun of you on stream. Upcoming streams, Wednesday, Nier, Thursday, Final Fantasy XIV, probably. Friday, probably finishing up Deadly Premonition 2. I don't know, I'm probably not going to stream on Saturday because I'm going to be doing my New Year's Eve stream on Sunday. By the way, we are still, working on getting up to 350 followers to make the New Year's stream Silent Hill Homecoming. I do have a backup in case we don't do... don't do that. But if you know anybody who you think would really enjoy my streams, I do ask that you recommend me and see what they think. If they, I would appreciate the exposure. What else? I'm going to miss your New Year's stream, FYI. You will be there in spirit. Venom Lad's right. Did you know there's a New Year's Eve 3 con? Anyways, I got invited to join some pals. Nice! Have fun with that. Because I think we're pretty close to the end of Separate Ways, I might do Resident Evil 4 on Thursday and save Continuing Heavensward for the new year. Maybe. Not sure yet. Keep an eye out. What else? I want to say that's it. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. And I'll see you next time on the Sharkstream. Same Shark time, same Shark channel. Take care, everybody.
Dream delight, I found someone who really cares.